Everyone, welcome to the June 8 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. This is a momentous day for us in that it's our first in-person meeting for years. And we're very excited to meet in person with Commissioner Martinez and join him here in Santa Maria. So first thing, let's pledge allegiance to the flag, if you'll all join me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, welcome to Santa Maria. I'm glad you found your way up here. And if you will start us off as usual with the TV coverage announcement and roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Arca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Bridley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
And Chair Cooney.
Here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. We think it's fitting to acknowledge that while we're in Santa Maria, one of our most respected and remembered members is not here. Commissioner Dan Blau, a few months ago, passed, and we have remembered him on every single meeting date since, as he was a tremendous force for us. To address in particular the absence of Commissioner Blau, we have a resolution to present, and I believe his wife Peggy is here. Thank you very much, Peggy, for coming and accepting this resolution on behalf of Dan Blau. Whereas Dan Blau always showed true dedication and esprit de corps, often being the first commissioner to arrive for each hearing and consistently attending every meeting, regardless of medical challenges, even after planned surgeries. Whereas Daniel Blau would often have a quick retort to responses from county council staff, playfully referring to them as lawyer answers. Whereas Daniel Blau would often quip that the Board of Supervisors should have listened to the very wise Planning Commission regarding its recommendations on the cannabis ordinance. Whereas Daniel Blau was known to be generous with his peers on the commission, sharing everything from baked almond cake to handcrafted pens. Whereas Daniel Blau, while acting as chair in the years 2009, 2014, 2018, ran the most efficient and streamlined hearings in recent memory and navigated the commission through difficult projects such as Hunter La Purísima Resort, general plan initiation, Santa Ynez community plan adoption, the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden Vital Mission Plan, the Summerlin Community Plan update, and various general package ordinance amendment items. Whereas Daniel Blau always competed with Commissioner Park as to whose four-legged and furry friends were the most lovable. I didn't write this. Whereas Daniel Blau, from his first hearing as a commissioner on February 7, 2007, to his last hearing on February 9, 2022, provided the bold and informed perspective of a developer, resulting in stronger project conditions of approval and better overall projects. One of his favorite quotes is, "It's easy. I don't see what the problem is." We express our appreciation and commendation to Daniel Blau's dedication to his community and service to the public. Now therefore be it, and it is hereby resolved that the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission, and on behalf of staff and the citizens of Santa Barbara County, present this resolution to our friend, 5th District Commissioner Daniel Blau, passed and adopted June 8, 2022.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you all for your camaraderie. Dan really respected everyone. So sorry, I'm getting a little emotional here. And he always told me how much he enjoyed working with all of you. So on his behalf, and he probably would have cried too, I want to thank you all very much. And John, for your kind words at his celebration. I think it's really necessary in this time that we come together and not show our differences, but show how we can blend and accomplish things better together. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peggy, for joining us this morning, and we know how difficult it is. Okay,
Is there a moment we could say anything?
that's a great idea. Commissioner Park, would you like to start?
Yeah, and I'm not going to repeat what I said at the funeral, which was, by the way, extremely well attended and standing room only, and everybody there had great love for Dan, and they knew he loved the community. And I was thinking about this. I was riding my horse the other day over at Red Rock, going through the rocks and the streams, and of course I talk to my horse all the time. And what I was talking about was, we just got to remember Dan in important ways. And I'm riding here all this time thinking, what will we name after him? What could we name after him? So that's just going on in my mind. I hope other people think about that as well. Other thing, and I'm going to try to make this short, is, I was brought up a certain way, and obviously Dan was too. And we were kind of, even though we're at opposite ends of the political spectrum, we're just kind of soulmates that way. And that way was, and Dan did this all the time. I'll give you my best shot. Okay. But I'll smile while I'm doing it. And then you give me your best shot. And then we'll go and have a beer together. In Dan's case, a Tanqueray and tonic. And that's the American way. And he was a true American and a great person. I love him. Thank you for being here, Peggy.
And she's cut out of the same mold. She's one strong, brilliant woman. So
Thank you, Margie. Anybody else?
I would like to, Peggy. I know I haven't even had the opportunity to express my condolences of the passing of Dan, but I think it's a testament. Even though when I went to the celebration. No, it's on now. Okay. On now. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Okay. And the celebration of life, that it's a testament to Dan of how many people were there. But even after, every time I see you, you have family and friends with you, and that says a lot about you and Dan. And I appreciated Dan, and I've learned a lot from him. And I know I served with him on the country club board, but I enjoyed our talks, and you were there at many of them, and very inspirational gentleman, and a gentleman at that. And I wanted to express my condolences here today. Thank you. You take care, Peggy.
Thank you. Commissioner Freen.
Peggy, thank you for coming. Okay, so I got these lawyers on each side of me, and they get paid by the word, okay? And all I do is talk to plants, so I don't say much. So it takes me a little while to warm up, okay? But thank you for coming. It was great to see you today. And yes, as you can tell, we all loved and respected Dan. And he was a, irreplaceable member of our community, as are you. So there's so many words. I just could go on, but we have one more lawyer. Thank you, Peggy.
Just a second. We're not all lawyers. I was born of a lawyer, but no, I'm a planner by trade. And so I had the joy of coming to the commission as an applicant and as contract staff when Daniel was on the commission. And so I really enjoyed his straight shooting as a commissioner from all angles. And even during my time since 2019 on this commission, I would often call him after a discussion and I'd say, Dan, what am I missing about this? How did that item go sideways? What wasn't I reading beforehand? And he was so much of a good coach. And actually, he and I agreed on many, many things. It was sort of funny I'm the South District environmentalist. Probably you wouldn't say, but I think that we could always find a common ground. And he was excellent at that. And then one of his other quotes, which I failed to tell Dave to put in here somehow, was, I just don't get it. What's the problem? I don't get it, and he was so good at saying that because it was kind of like what is in the resolution is it's easy. What's the problem? Right. So anyway, thank you again for coming, the whole family. Yeah.
Thank you all. I just have one story I'd like to share. I think Dan had been on the commission less than a year, and we were offered the chance to attend a state of California planning meeting in South Lake Tahoe. And I had a small cabin at that time and said, Dan, come up with me and stay in the cabin and we'll go to the meetings together, which we did. The only problem was it was midwinter. The heater didn't work. We had no food other than what had been left over from the previous summer. And Dan said, I'm going out to dinner. And, but he did come back and we had a great time, and it really cemented our relationship early on. And we've had 15 great years together as commissioners, and there will never be a better one than Dan. So,
Mr. Chair. I'm remote and I'm so sad I'm not there, but I was hoping I might be able to say something.
oh yes, by all means.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there on this momentous day where everybody has come together in person. But I did want to say that I knew Dan for many, many years, and I worked with him as a county staff person, and I worked with him as a private applicant. And I always just appreciated how frank and straightforward he was about his perspective. He did advocate for better projects, better conditions. He understood issues from a developer's perspective, which was really important, because if you are not in those shoes, it's hard to understand sort of what it's like to try and build something in our community. And he just added a lot of value to the commission. And he was such a trooper. I mean, I was really amazed at what a trooper he was, how he would be available for the hearings despite that he had. And it was very sad I was very sad to hear about his passing. And I would like to just pass my condolences along to his wife, Peggy. And I wish I was there to greet her in person. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Very appropriate to speak up. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you were interested in saying what you did. Anybody else? Okay, then I will get back to the mundane business of the Planning Commission. The first portion of which is our agenda status report, which will be delivered by Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Looking at the status of the agenda today, we have two items on the standard agenda. The first item is the Buell Flat Rock Company Deep Mining Reclamation Plan. And then our second item is a housing element status report that will be presented by Long Range Planning. And staff is ready and prepared to present on both items today. And Chair and Commissioners, just, I know everyone's aware, but I'm just going to repeat it for the greater public and myself, is that I do want to give some accolades to Mr. Villalobos to help put this meeting together. This is our first in-person, and it's a hybrid hearing as well. So there may be little glitches or bumps. I'm sure Mr. Villalobos pulled all that together. So it's going to be a hybrid where we're going to have staff and potentially members of the public participating through Zoom. So we're going to try to coordinate and support the commission as we go through a hybrid type hearing.
Thank you for that. You might want to wait until we see how today goes before thanking me.
How about the projection report?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking at the projection report, our next scheduled hearing is going to be on July 13th. We had canceled our June 29th meeting. And so we don't have anything projected for July 6th. So our next hearing will be July 13th. And I want to make note that it is stated on the projection report of Santa Maria hearing, but we will be moving that to Santa Barbara, as both of those items are located in the Santa Barbara area or South County. And so we have the continuation of the Montecito Ranch Estates on lot 7 map. And then with we had continued the appeal, the Catesco appeal of the Casitas Pass mixed light cannabis cultivation. So that will be an in-person Santa Barbara hearing. Just as we go back to in-person, we're still having to coordinate with staff on scheduling hearings between North and South now. So we're trying to look at that. Just a note, we do have this room reserved every Wednesday, except for the first Wednesday of every month. So we have the flexibility to alternate hearing locations. We are typically have the second hearing every month in Santa Maria. So we'll be working with staff to try to coordinate that, but we do have the flexibility to alternate locations as needed or based on projects. Moving down the projection report on July, our next hearing then will be July 27th. There's 2 projects on that, Santa Claus Lane Bike Path and then the North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds. We'll be working with the applicants on the Santa Claus Lane Bike Path to see if they want to participate remotely. However, that will be a Santa Maria hearing because the North Fork is the project we heard several years ago. We've completed the environmental review, and that's in the Cuyama area. And so that will be a Santa Maria hearing on July 27th. Moving down into August, August 3rd, we have a Concerns Carpinterians appeal of Casitas Pass, and that will be a Santa Barbara location on August 3rd. And then August 10th, we don't have anything projected, and we don't have anything projected for the rest of August. So the staff is balancing items on appeal to the board and taking items to planning commission. So we're balancing both of those priorities right now. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, are there questions for our secretary?
Yes, I have one.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bridley.
So when you say that the hearing room is available except for the first, all except the first Wednesday, so does that mean it would be used for these hybrid meetings? I mean, would people come here to testify if we have a Santa Barbara hearing, or how's that going to work?
Commissioner Bradley through the chair. This is actually a nod to Commissioner Blau. His request was to have availability to have North County hearings. And so what we've done is we've reserved the room. It may be dark on the hearing days that we're in Santa Barbara, but the purpose of reserving it was to give us the option to be able to rotate either Santa Barbara or Santa Maria, depending on the project location. So that's why it's, I mentioned it's reserved for Wednesdays. There's a conflict on the first Wednesday, so we've allowed APCD, not allowed, but we've graciously acquiesced the room
Share the
to
room. Yeah.
APCD on the first Wednesday of every month. So
Okay.
it just gives us greater options to have hearing locations
Okay,
in
that's
both
great.
places.
Well, so on that theme, the fact that the Santa Claus Lane bike lane, which is kind of new on this projection report, has to be up here, that's a little sad. They can't wait to a Santa Barbara hearing?
Commissioner Bradley through the chair. We'll be reaching out to the applicants. They could move that to a Santa Barbara hearing. It doesn't have to be up here. The option is that they could participate remotely, being that we do hybrid hearings.
That's true.
So they could participate remotely, but if they want to be in person, we could move it to a Santa Barbara location.
Okay. Stop. Please. District, but I'm a public works nerd, so what can I say?
Anybody else? Not seeing any other comments on the projection report. So we'll move to the public comment. This is the time in our hearing each week when we invite members of the public to address the commission on matters not on today's agenda. Do we have any public members that would like to address the commission at this time?
Mr. Chair, I believe all of our speakers are here for items on our standard agenda, but as usual, I will give members of the public the opportunity. If you'd like to speak on any items not on today's agenda, go ahead and raise your hand if you're on Zoom, or come up to the podium if you're in person, and I'll call on you. I don't see any hands in Zoom, and I don't see anyone rising.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Planning commissioners, any informational reports this morning? Don't see anybody, so we'll pass on that and get to our minutes. We have one set of minutes to look at, the meeting of May 25, which was circulated. Any comments, questions, or revisions? Don't see any comments from commissioners. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented then?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Farini. Second,
I'll second.
Commissioner Bridley, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think I'm taking advantage of the fact that we're all together in the same place. Okay, the minutes of May 25th are approved. And we now will go back to Santa Barbara for our director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a pretty light report today. We did not have a board hearing yesterday because it was election day. And so I don't have a whole lot to report. Just a couple of reminders for the commission about the summer break for the board being the last 2 weeks of July, first 2 weeks of August. Also that we have our budget hearings next week. We anticipate that the board will probably get through budget hearings on the 14th, but they also have the 15th scheduled in the event that they do need to roll over to the next day. And then just a few items are on the calendar so far for later in the summer. We have the telecom fee update on the 24th of June. We have the house cell rezone and tentative track map on the 12th of July. And then the cannabis ordinance amendment package back on August 16th, as I talked about last week. And with that, I don't have any other information to provide to the commission, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Plowman, any questions, comments, concerns? Not seeing any. Thank you. Hope you have a good day.
Yeah, and enjoy your first in-person hearing. I will see you at the next hearing.
Good. That brings us to our standard agenda, and I think we can proceed with that. Item number 1, Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read that into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Buell Flat Rock Company, operator and applicant, to consider case number 18 RVP 6 and to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, case number 21 NGD 3 for the reclamation project pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act and state CEQA guidelines.
Commissioners, before we ask for our staff presentation, are there any ex parte disclosures on this matter? Commissioner Park.
Yes, I had a couple of phone calls with Jamie Hancock, who's here and operates the facility, excuse me. And then we had about a 2-hour site visit. He probably wanted to throw me out, but anyway, we drove around the site, talked and so forth, and that was, I think, on Monday.
Anybody else? Thank you, Commissioner Park. I'll just disclose that this matter, the rock company's mining in a prior hearing years ago, I was present and had the opportunity to go to the site. And so I'm generally familiar with the various spaces we'll be discussing today. Okay, so good morning. We have the head of our mining oil division.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. It's nice to be here again and present. Not present with me, but are going to be available by Zoom is staff. So I have Miss Jacqueline Abera will be giving the presentation, answering questions. And also Aaron Briggs, the supervisor, is also available via Zoom. Before we get into it, I will give the mic to County Council. I think they had some introductory statements they'd like to make to you.
Good morning, Council.
Morning, Chair Cooney and Commission. So I want to provide just a little bit of background about this project and frame the Planning Commission's discussion as with the vested rights. It's slightly different than a standard project. And I'm happy to answer questions now or as we get into the project. So I wanted to briefly touch on 2 issues, the Commission's discretion and the scope of the CEQA analysis. So first, the zoning action before the Planning Commission today is to consider the revised reclamation plan. In terms of the mining itself, the Board of Supervisors made a vesting determination in 1997 that was later upheld by the Court of Appeal. And that vesting determination included all mining in Area A, and it was not limited to just above the groundwater. So the Planning Commission does have 2 findings related to vesting, and it's just that 1, the vested right continues, and 2, that no substantial changes are made in the operation except in accordance with SMARA. Outside of those findings, the Planning Commission's consideration is limited to the reclamation plan and CEQA, not the mining itself. So the Planning Commission can require modifications to the reclamation plan if necessary to be able to make the findings or for consistency with the comprehensive plan. But because the mining is vested, if the Planning Commission is able to make the 2 vesting findings, you would not have discretion to place conditions on the mining itself. Second, in terms of CEQA, even though I've just gone through how the commission's discretion is more limited, CEQA is more broad and requires analysis of the project as a whole, including all vested rights. So that's why the CEQA document looks into the mining as well. And then if after hearing presentations about the project, if the commission has any CEQA concerns or believes impacts are more significant or mitigation measures are required, we can walk through the options, how that works with CEQA and also vested rights. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of council? Mr. Park?
I do, but what I think I'd like to do, and by the way, that was very, very helpful because it directly addressed a question I had. And what I'd like to do is reserve my questions of you, Ms. Richardson, for when we ask staff, Mr. Zorovich, some questions after his presentation. That'll put them in context better, make more sense for everybody. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So Ms. Ibarra, are we going to bring her up or Mr. Briggs?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you, Council, and good morning, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. And nice to meet you, at least virtually, Commissioner Martinez. So the item today is the Buell Flat Rock Company Deep Mining Reclamation Plan, which is an existing mining operation just outside of Solvang that's looking to revise their current reclamation plan. Next slide, please. Next slide, there we go. Or actually there's one before that. Yep. Okay, so as the commission knows, mining projects are processed through the Energy Division. So I'll be representing the case today, and then Mr. Briggs is also on Zoom, and Mr. Zorovich is in the hearing room. The applicant is Buell Flat Rock Company and their consultant is CESP Consulting, who are both in the hearing room today. Next slide. So this slide shows the proposed project vicinity. It's located at 1214 Mission Drive. It's in the 3rd district. This shows a bird's eye view of the property looking northeast. So you can see the city of Solvang in the upper right of the figure. Mission Drive, Highway 246 is to the north, and then the Buell Flat property itself is outlined in yellow. The site is an active quarry with mostly disturbed areas. The San Ynez River makes up the southern portion of the site, and it's surrounded by industrial areas and agriculture land. And to note here, the project is limited to Area A, which is outlined in red and shown on the bottom left of this graphic. And Area A is a previously mined area that's on the western side, western portion of the larger property. Next slide, please. Okay, the project is a request for a reclamation plan revision to Buell Flat's existing 1988 plan in order to continue mining below the water table within their existing mine pit. And they're requesting to deep mine because they've exhausted all of the shallow reserves above the groundwater in Area A. Right now, to paint a picture of what's going on, the site is importing and processing materials from other mines, and that's in Area B of the site. And if they were approved to deep mine, it would allow them to extend the life of the mine an additional 20 years. Just wanted to note that the project doesn't include any expansion outside of their previously approved boundaries. It's deeper, it's just deeper into their existing mine pit. The project would also consist of some various site improvements to initiate deep mining and reclamation, which I'll go into. And then once they've reached their limits under this plan, they would reclaim the site with backfill and then create a dry pasture agricultural land for cattle and horse grazing. Next slide, please. A little bit of site history for the commission. The quarry has been in operation since the 1930s, and as council mentioned, has a vested right to mine surface resources. They've historically extracted and processed sand, rock, and gravel on site, and they also import material from other mines for processing and export. The site does have an approved reclamation plan, which would currently require them to final grade the mine pit at its current depth and revegetate the area to a riparian oak woodland, and that's that open space reference you see in the staff report. They're still operating, so no reclamation has been conducted yet. As the site is vested, they don't need a conditional use permit for the mining operation, so the project is just for the reclamation plan revision. And then you can see on this graphic that the mine is separated into 3 distinct areas known as A, B, and C. Area A, which I mentioned, is the proposed project area, has been mined since the early 2000s and has been limited to materials above the groundwater. Area B is on the eastern portion of the site, and that's used for mine processing and storage. And then Area C is the San Ynez riverbed, and that's no longer mined. And then just to point out, there is an existing sediment basin in areas A and B that's buffered from the mine pit and wouldn't be impacted by the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so the proposed project really involves 3 parts. The first would be deep mining in Area A, which is shown in red on the graphic here. Deep mining consists of mining below the groundwater, approximately 30 feet deeper than the existing mine pit is now. And the process would dredge materials approximately 29 feet below measured groundwater levels, so about a foot from groundwater now. They are about a foot from groundwater now. The mining equipment would be staged above grade, and only the equipment arm or drag line would enter the groundwater. And so to get a feel of what that actually would look like, I know the applicant will provide details and photos of the typical deep mining process in their presentation. There's no proposed changes to the sediment basin, and that's going to continue to receive surface water and mine runoff, and then also no changes to areas B or C. And existing setbacks to sensitive areas would remain. Those are also shown on this graphic. So there's about 130 feet from the northern property line and the San Ynez River, and then the sediment basin is buffered from the mine pit by about 60 feet. Next slide, please. And then this shows you their deep mining plan. So there's an existing soil stockpile that's shown in orange red on the northern portion of Area A. The mining limits are shown in bright red on this graphic, and the anticipated groundwater level is shown in blue. And then these figures that I'm going to present, including this one and in the next few slides, are also in the staff report if you need a closer look. Next slide, please. The second part of the project consists of some site improvements that would be conducted in parallel with the deep mining and reclamation, and those are outlined in the red boxes here. They would install a culvert from the mine pit to that sediment basin in order to drain water and mine wash. And that culvert is in the southern portion of Area A, and it would remain in place for the life of the project and post-reclamation. Buell Flat would also conduct minor grading to a dirt access road that traverses the site, and they would install a ramp at the southeast corner of Area A, which is shown in that other red box, where final slopes would change upon final reclamation. Next slide, please. And lastly, for the project description, after deep mining materials have been exhausted, the area would be backfilled and reclaimed. So backfill would be a combination of existing soil, imported fill, and other non-market materials. So the mine pit would be raised up and the slopes would be finished at 3:1 and 5:1 angles. And to get a picture of what this would look like, it would create a final uniform grade that slopes gently to the south. So runoff would go into that sediment basin, and there would be a depression about 20 feet below the existing grade and 11 feet above current groundwater levels. And you can see here on this graphic that 5:1 slopes are located on the north side of the mine pit and 3:1 slopes are on the south side. That would create that rolling depression to the south. Next slide, please. Ready for next slide. There we go. Okay, the end use for Area A would change from the currently planned open space and habitat, which is that riparian and oak woodland I spoke about, and it would change to dry pasture ag land. So the mining area would be revegetated with grasses and legumes for cattle and horse grazing. To support this overall site-wide revegetation, there would be some test plots set up to test different seeding methods and to determine if any soil amendments would be needed for the larger revegetation. Monitoring and maintenance would occur for 3 years or until they meet their established goals. And then to reiterate, there'd be no changes to that on-site sediment basin, and it's expected to remain as riparian habitat. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the worst case scenario total amount of truck trips under the project, which would be a maximum of 358 trucks per day. And we just wanted to point out that the worst case is shown for CEQA purposes here, as we needed to analyze their absolute maximum operational levels. And that would be if all material export and import and reclamation fill were to occur at the same time, which is not likely. The applicant will present a more daily, like a likely daily scenario in their presentation so the commission can get an understanding of what a typical day would look like. But this worst case scenario equates to a net increase of 20 trucks per day over their existing baseline, which is a 5-year operational average from 2013 to 2017. Next slide, please. Okay, for environmental review, staff prepared an initial study and a draft mitigated negative declaration. We determined that the project would have significant but mitigable impacts to agricultural resources, air quality, as well as biological, geologic, and water resources. The draft MND was circulated from September to October of last year, and we did not receive any major public comments or concerns. We did receive some minor comments from the APCD in the city of Solvang. We also initiated tribal cultural resource consultation under AB 52 with the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. And we concluded that consultation with no tribal resource concerns for the project. Also a part of project review, since this is a mining project, the draft MND and the reclamation plan application was submitted to DMR. That's the State Department of Mine Reclamation for review. And DMR came back with a few comments and minor revisions to the reclamation plan to ensure it was consistent with SMARA. Next slide, please. So all comments were addressed and incorporated into the final MND and the final rec plan, which are the documents used for analysis in the staff report, which the commission has. And various mitigation measures were identified in the MND, which are now carried forward as conditions of approval for the project. I didn't list them all, but some important ones I did note here in the table, and those are detailed in the staff report and the MND. And just to note, some of these are also applicant proposed, and the applicant has agreed to implement them all. Next slide, please. For policy consistency, staff determined that the project can be found consistent with the comprehensive plan and the San Ynez Valley Community Plan, as well as the Land Use Development Code and SMARA. And the consistency analysis is detailed in the staff report in sections 6.2 through 6.4 and easily identified in tables 2 through 4. Next slide, please. Ready for next slide. There we go. Okay, for findings for approval, staff determined that all findings can be made, include the CEQA, vested rights, and reclamation plan findings. And those are all detailed in attachment A to the staff report. And then for the vested rights finding, as council mentioned previously, the commission would need to find that Buell Flat has a continued vested right to mine. And to support this, we identified those bullets below that council went over in the beginning. And then just to note, since this is also a little different, the commission's action today would just be conceptual. SMARA requires that the county's conceptual action be sent to the state to DMR for concurrence prior to final approval. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the commission make the following actions. First, conceptually make the required findings for the project. Second, conceptually adopt the mitigated neg deck and conditions of approval. And third, conceptually approve the project. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, and of course, we're available for questions. I can answer now or wait until the applicant shares their presentation. I know that they're going to focus on how they intend to deep mine, show you a couple pictures of what that's going to look like, what a typical day would look like for truck trips, built-in protection measures, and also some other similar projects in other counties that the commission can use as reference. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Do we have questions of staff at this point? Commissioner Park.
Yes, I have 4 questions, and I told Mr. Zorovich before the hearing I had 3, but I remembered a 4th. And what I'm going to do is kind of take them in order of what I think is easiest. Okay, so the first one is I recall a reference in the staff report that part of the revision of the reclamation plan is that there's I believe it's a reduction in the amount, the total amount that could be taken out from something like, is it 2 million or 1.6 million cubic yards down to 500,000 something. Do you know what I'm referring to? Anyone?
Yes, Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's correct. The proposed plan for deep mining, they would be taking out limited resources than their current reclamation plan is approved for.
And so does the current reclamation plan, it's the one that says they can take out, is it 1.6 or 2 million or what's the number roughly?
Commissioner, through the chair, I'll have to double check the number, but that's correct. The existing plan yeah, is in that range.
And so it allows taking that out as deep mining.
Commissioner, through the chair, no, the current reclamation plan is just limited to those surface resources above groundwater. So they've exhausted their current materials now. So whatever they were approved for is kind of a moot point because they're no longer mining in that area.
Got it. But in any event, if you're a neighbor, you can take some consolation that the amount that can be pulled out, and thus how the consequence it would have on the life of the mine is pretty drastically reduced here. Is that right?
Commissioner,
Okay.
through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, next question is the reclamation plan also refers, I believe, to a change from the end result of Area A going into open space to now it would be going to agriculture for grazing. And I don't know if there's a practical consequence of that. Could you just explain what it means to, what the difference is between the ag use and what open space would be?
Yeah, Commissioner Park through the chair. So yes, right now, the current reclamation plan requires them to revegetate Area A to a riparian and oak woodland. So that would be that open space habitat end use. And they are proposing to change that and revegetate with non-native grasses and legumes for cattle and horse grazing. So it would, if approved, change that end use of the site.
So it's mainly just what plants wind up there. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And then this next one's a little tougher, and I think it goes to what Ms. Richardson was referring to earlier. So listen carefully. If one looks in, I believe it's the appendices of the staff report, you can see the 1997 determination by the then Planning Commission of vested rights for the mine. And if you look at the first page, I think it is, there's a reference to a revised finding number 9, and number 9 refers one to the type of equipment that's used, and says that it's understood that the mining that's going to take place from that point forward is going to be using similar equipment to what has been used in the past. And then well, and on that, it's my understanding that we'll have sort of a somewhat stationary crane here that sits above the groundwater, and then it drops a bucket to get the gravel. And it's probably a quieter, less messy type of mining than what occurred in the past. But I don't know, maybe that's something Mr. Hancock can refer to. A little more troubling is that that condition, or rather revision, finding number 9 states that that all the mining has been above the groundwater level. And so one might argue that the vested right is for mining above the groundwater level, but not below. But I think that's what you just addressed, Ms. Richardson. So could you elaborate on that now that you've kind of understood my question and context?
Sure. Chair Cooney and Commissioner Park, I'd spent some time looking into this a few years ago, and we have a Planning Commission action letter, which does seem to keep it above the groundwater. But when you look at the actual court decision, it doesn't limit it to above the groundwater. And we also don't have in the packet what the board ultimately did. So we see what the Planning Commission did. The board may have modified that, but the ultimate court decision that solidified the vested rights did not limit it to just above groundwater. It was broadly in that area.
Okay, so that's just something I can move beyond then. Now here's my last question, and it refers to the staff report and also the MND. As all the commissioners know, and all staff people, our typical staff report layout, we have I call it the consistency table. It's what are applicable policies, and then how is this project consistent with that? And then that sort of bears on the MND because it picks up from that. But when I looked at this table, there's one policy that I didn't see reference to, which I think does apply. And I'm not trying to throw roadblocks in front of the project or anything like that, or even indicate how I'll vote, but I think we've got some neighbors that are concerned about things, and this may bear on that. And the policy is LUA-SYV-3. I don't know if there's a way to bring that up. If not, it's only a sentence and I can read it. Chair Committee, do you have a preference on how?
Yes, I think it'd be good if you read it in.
Okay. And it says, new development shall be compatible with adjacent agricultural lands. Okay. And that's for anything in the Santa Ynez Community Plan. And I think this is subject to the Santa Ynez Community Plan because, you know, the other consistency tables refers to other sections in the community plan. So a question I have is, the staff thinks this applies. Is there some reason it was left out of the table? Is the adherence or consistency with this policy, is it discussed in the MND? That's one question. Then a follow-up question is, if it does apply, there's the very next thing in the community plan is development standard LUA-SYV-3.1, which, well, I'll read that again if I may. New non-agricultural development adjacent to agriculturally zoned property shall include appropriate buffers such as trees, shrubs, walls, and fences to protect adjacent agricultural operations from potential conflicts and claims of nuisance. The size and character of the buffers shall be determined through parcel-specific review on a case-by-case basis. So my question there is that something we need to include in this project, some of this buffering?
Thanks, Commissioner Park, through the chair. Yes, I believe those are applicable, and my apologies for not including them in the staff report the first time. For the compatible use for the agricultural lands, for when mining is completed, it would be returned to dry pasture ag land, which is similar to the uses in the vicinity. And then for the buffers, the applicant could likely speak to more of what's existing out there, but I know they do have those existing structural setbacks from the property lines. There's a fence and I believe some hedging, but maybe I would defer what else is there to Jamie and the applicant.
Well, does an important legal question, and I'm not going to try to argue, I'm not going to lawyer it, but it's the kind of thing that comes up is, does the MND analyze this at all? Does it refer to this policy?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, the MND would mirror what the staff report has. So I'll double check, but if it's not in the staff report, it's not likely included in the MND.
Is that fatal in some way? I mean, is it a big problem, or can that be addressed?
Chair Cooney and Commissioner Park. So in terms of comprehensive plan consistency, it's more important that it be in the staff report and in your consideration. Consistency in a CEQA document is a little complicated. It mostly informs your ultimate finding, but it's not an environmental impact. And then if you wanted to add these policies, that's fine. I would just add that in determining consistency, you would be looking at whether the reclamation plan is compatible with the adjacent agricultural lands, not the mining itself, because that's not part of the approval.
Okay, so by bringing this up, I'm not taking us back to the drawing board.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, good. And you can see how the neighbors would think, well, sure, it's going to be grazing land when the reclamation's done, but that's 2048. And if I have my dates right, and I don't always get them right, but we're in 2022, and that's 26 years from now. And they might think, well, we'd kind of like it to be compatible during that whole 26 years with our horse operations and so forth. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, I just want to make sure in hearing this, I'm understanding the concept, but so what I'm envisioning right now is basically that the mining is not putting a hole in the ground, but basically leaving eventually a pit in the ground. That's, am I right about that stuff?
So Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, right now on site, there is an existing depression from where they mined area A previously. It's about 30 feet below existing grade. So the proposed reclamation plan would mine about 30 feet deeper, but then upon reclamation, they would backfill a little higher than the existing pit is now. So there would still be a slight depression in the land upon reclamation, but a little higher than the pit that's currently out there.
Okay, so the reclamation we're talking about here is there'll be, when the mining is finished, of filling in that pit with soils, correct? That's what the issue is. Okay, and when I'm looking for a definition in regards to when there's a couple of times it's referenced that non-marketable soils will be used to fill it in. What are non-marketable soils?
Commissioner, through the chair, non-marketable soils would be anything that they mine up that they wouldn't be able to export for sale. So I believe only 15% of what they actually take out of the ground is marketable. So the rest would be stockpiled for use as future backfill. And if I'm wrong on that 15%, the applicant can correct me.
Okay, so, and I did see that the stockpiled amount won't be enough to backfill. I'll call it backfilling just for the sake of my impressions here. And then other non-marketable soils will be imported to the site, correct?
Commissioner, through the chair, that's correct. They would need to import a certain amount of fill over the life of the mine to bring the pit up to the grade that they're proposing.
And so I understand then is the non-marketable soils that's being brought onto the site, is that going to be of the same, I'm going to use the word type of soil that was originally excavated? In other words, you're not mixing it with some other kind of soil or gravel. It's going to be of a light kind, non-marketable soil, I'll call it.
Yeah, Commissioner, through the chair. So their non-marketable materials would be from their existing pit, and they would import clean fill.
Okay, and this is I didn't see anything in here and I might have missed it, but my concerns when I hear about reclamation is okay, they carry out business, they're finished doing the mining, and it takes money to reclaim, to do the work of backfilling and bringing in the soil, non-marketable soil. Is there a bond or is there some other financial security to assure that this is actually going to occur?
Commissioner, through the chair, yes, there is. The county and SMARA requires that the applicant provide a bond to the county upfront. So we hold that and we review that every year as part of our annual SMARA inspections to ensure that what they estimate the reclamation costs are what the bank bond is to the county. So if they were to walk away, we have that money in place to go in and reclaim the site per the approved plan.
And this bond, is this a blanket bond or is this a site-specific bond?
Commissioner, through the chair, it's a site-specific bond.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Anyone else? Commissioner Briley?
I have a couple more that might follow after the applicant's presentation for staff, but essentially that really helped about, this is about the reclamation plan and not the operations, but nonetheless, does staff have any record of complaints, zoning enforcement complaints about the operation of this? And maybe that's a go nowhere question, because if we're really not talking about the operations, I can just drop it. But there was quite a bit of public comment about, fugitive dust and everything else. And that seemed to be more about operations, not about the reclamation work. So I'm trying to sort out what is the public concern. But one place to start is have there been violations against the operator that staff can track? And maybe we can just come back to that. I don't know.
Commissioner Briley, through the chair, not to my understanding, perhaps Mr. Briggs can state if he's received any complaints as the compliance for the county. He receives all of those.
Sure. So I've been the compliance officer for the county for the last 4 years or so, and we have not received any complaints regarding the mine activities during that time. And I am also not aware of any violation complaints previous to that 4-year period. So to answer your question, Commissioner Bradley, we're not aware of any complaints that we have received regarding Buell Flat.
Great, thank you. I think that probably my other questions can wait until after the applicant's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Anything for you at this point, Commissioner Fernie? Okay. I'm going back to council's opening remarks and trying to determine the scope of our decision ability today. I'll use as an example the complaints we've read from neighbors, people in the community regarding the traffic, which is generated out on Highway 246, and the fact that the applicant is actually suggesting increasing the number of trucks that would be either importing, exporting, or going through normal operations. Are we in any way foreclosed from determining whether that impact is appropriate?
Chair Cooney and commissioners, so you have pretty broad discretion on the CEQA determinations for this project. Right now, there's a mitigated negative declaration. And if you believed additional traffic or transportation analysis was required, you could direct that. If the results of that were that it still remains less than significant, then it could maybe just be a revision to the MND to address any concerns. If additional analysis resulted in a class 1 impact, then we would be in the realm of an environmental impact report, an EIR. And if there were required mitigation measures, it potentially gets a little bit more complicated because those would be mitigating the mining itself, which we don't have discretion to do. So then the applicant could either voluntarily make changes to their project, or we would have an environmental impact report, which still means the project can be approved, but we'd be making a statement of overriding consideration if you wanted to approve the project. So there are lots of options depending on what the commission wants to do, and we can get further into those as we go along.
That you answered what I was asking and more, and put it in context. So I appreciate that. We'll come back to that. Okay, so I think we should take a 10-minute break at this point for the commission and staff, and we'll be back at 10:15. No, 10:25 for the presentation by the applicant.
We're back on the air, and Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me for a moment, I just want to give a quick reminder to our commissioners. We had a comment during the break that some of the members of the audience in the room were having some difficulty hearing. So the comment is, like, when you're speaking on your mic, just make sure that you don't like stray when you turn your head. So just speak in directly to the mic, because there's some issues with the PA system otherwise. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos, and we are back on the record. The Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 8th of June. And we're on item 1. And if they're ready, we appreciate the applicant making a presentation at this time.
Staff should have a presentation to queue up. Great. John Hecht, SB Consulting, 374 Polite Street, Ventura. Pleasure to be here. Thank you all very much. If you can go to the next slide, that'd be great. Is that a little bit better? Okay. So first of all, thank you, Chair Cooney, commissioners, staff, Mr. Briggs, Ms. Ibarra. It's been a pleasure working with you over the last 4 years to bring this project. Thank you to members of the public for listening to us here and considering this. The applicant team we have here today includes Jamie Hancock, who is the general manager of Buell Flat. We have members of the Peterson family here, been family owned for 30 years. I'm an engineer with SB Consulting, and we also have Helen Aloyan with SB Consulting as well. The format doesn't seem to fit the slide very well, so I will simply read a couple of the things at the bottom of the slide. Buell Flat Rock is family owned and operated, as I said, since the 30s. As county council has done a very good job. It is a vested operation, which we can talk more about. They're very much a part of the community, and they're a responsible operator, as we've talked about. Next slide, please. Ms. Ibarra touched on much of the site history in her presentation, and we've talked about the vested rights. I think that's kind of interesting on this one is that the city of Solvang did attempt to annex the facility in 96. The Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, which is where I live in most of my world, requires that you have ordinance and rules in place to administer SMERA. And the city did not have it and chose not to do it. So that's why this site is still in the county, or it would have been annexed to the city. There is an adjacent ready mix site to this, which is the source of some of the potential noise and dust comments you'll hear, potentially adjacent to the trailer park. That is actually located in the city of Solvang, but we're located in the county of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. The commitment of the operator, they've been working there for 90 years, is to adhere to the regulations, state, federal, and local. They're providing material to meet the long-term growth and sustainability of this portion of the county. So the material that they provide is important. They provide employment and local support to the economy, and they're committed to reclaiming the site. And what we're talking about here is a reclamation plan to reclaiming the site to a grazing pasture, which is compatible with agricultural uses next door. Next slide, please. Just a quick run through the goals. So our goal is to provide the reliable, sustainable material for 20 years. It's to create an environmentally sound project. One of the things that we've worked with staff on in creating the project description and doing the analysis and going through the M&D is making sure that this project is compatible and meets the requirements. And with water, with wildlife. It's a unique area. And we'll continue to mine the terrace deposits and comply with the Surface Mining Reclamation Act and your county ordinance. So those are the goals of the projects. The benefits of the project, and I've said this 3 times, but I can't tell you how important it is a local supply of rock and sand. This rock and sand is used when you when you have a new driveway, when you build your house, when you put up a stucco wall, for roads, hospitals, highways. And it's a very high weight, low value commodity. So you're not going to repave your driveway just because it costs an extra $100 to get the rock. It's going to just come from further north. It's going to come from Napomo. It's going to come all the way from Santa Maria. And a local source like Buell Flat Rock is the best for the environment. It has less truck travel, less miles on truck, less emissions, less road wear, all those things. So the state of California goes through a whole process of mapping out aggregate need and focusing on making sure it's part of the AB 52, it's part of the greenhouse gas reduction, that wherever possible, aggregate supplies are local. And that's where this project really fits that category very well. Next slide, please. A little bit about deep mining, and Ms. Barra talked about it. So, deep mining to me, where I work on mining projects, is 1,000 feet. So this isn't deep mining, but it's deeper mining. So the first cut at area A was about 30 feet. And now we're going the next 30 feet down. And so, and when we're done, we'll refill it and higher than it currently is. So it'll be a benefit from today. The upper picture is a long reach excavator. So you'll see that will sit above the water table and have an arm that reaches down into the water and pulls the material up. So that will be used initially to start the project and get it going. The photo at the bottom of the picture is a drag line. So it is, again, rests above the water. Hanging from that crane is a bucket. And that bucket is pulled back and forth by a cable. So there's a post on the opposite side from the crane. The bucket's on the cable. It is pulled above the water. It's dropped in and pulled back. And that's how the other way that the deep excavation works. One of the things about this type of excavation, as you can see, will be 30 feet below grade. So when you think about noise and other impacts, as Ms. Ibarra said, you'll hear less noise from this type of operation than at surface operations where scrapers and other heavy equipment were used. So it's surprisingly quiet. Next slide, please. One of the concerns that we hear a lot when we're mining in water is water quality. Okay, so in working with staff, we made sure that this project does not impact the Santa Ynez River at all. We're outside of the river. We maintain coverage through the Regional Water Quality Control Board with a stormwater pollution prevention plan and an industrial general permit. That requires an approved plan, monitoring, and best management practices. Any hazardous materials, and in this case, it would simply be fuel, oil, antifreeze type of things for machinery, are stored and utilized, and there's a spill prevention patrol countermeasure plan on site to make sure that that type of material doesn't get into the water and impact the water quality. In 2018, as part of the application, a professional geologist in California did a water quality assessment, was peer reviewed by county staff, and documented that water quality will be protected as part of this operation. So the procedures in place to address that. Next slide, please. This project is not unique. There are several like it in California. 2 are listed here, both in Fresno County. I'm personally familiar with Riverbend Sand and Gravel, Carmelita project. They're much larger, about 900 acres. And the Carmelita project is the most applicable. It had a series of ponds like this, maybe 20 of them. And about half were left as open water and the other half were backfilled and turned to agriculture. One of the reasons we wanted to backfill this is because we think agriculture is a good compatible use. It goes back to some of the policies we were talking about earlier, but also then you don't have evapotranspirative loss of leaving open water, and water is a precious thing in our community. So those are some of the factors in coming together with that design. But feel free to look up those projects. I can provide links on information, and we provided them to staff as part of the review. Next slide, please. So transportation and vehicle trips, traffic is always something that makes everybody's eyes star over a little bit. I appreciated the discussion earlier. The first thing I want to say is that on an average daily basis, this project will not average more than 50 trips. The trips that we included for the environmental analysis were worst case daily trips. We had Mr. Hancock look back through his facility and say, well, what was your busiest day ever? And that's what we used for the environmental analysis. So it was a worst case. On an average basis, it's about 50 trips. Because we're not going to be importing material to process and then exporting for sale, we fully expect the traffic will decrease from what it has been. And in the last few years, they've been importing material so that some of that material is on site. So traffic, we expect to go down on an average basis. We expect 50 trips a day. If it would make the commission, and we can talk with council and the planner, comfortable, we know because of vesting, you can't say, oh, limit your trucks. We can adjust our project description to include an average of 50 trucks, and we can even remove the 20 trucks, additional trucks that we asked for, because having concluded, talking to the applicant, we don't think we'll need them in this case. So that's comments on traffic. Look forward to more discussion on that. Next slide, please. So again, this is really about the reclamation plan, right? So reclaim, the mining site is vested. This is a figure you've seen. Area A is where we're proposing the new operations that would go deeper and then bring it 10 feet above what it is now. There's a 130-foot buffer from the northern agricultural property line. We were talking about buffers and the policies. There's a 75-foot buffer from the western property line. And when we're done, it's going to be grazing, which we felt was more compatible to the adjacent properties. Activities in Area C in the river will remain. It will remain as an open channel river. We don't have any current activities proposed in there. And Area B will remain as commercial and industrial when the project is complete. Next slide, please. That concludes my prepared notes. Just a couple of comments in the staff discussion of the excess materials, the unmarketable materials that Commissioner had. About 85% of what we excavate is marketable and about 15% is not. So that 15% is typically soil, earth, whereas we're selling the rock and the sand, the more coarse material. As part of ongoing construction, sites often have clean fill material that they're not able to use. And also does not have the characteristics that we would want to process and turn into construction aggregate material into rock and sand. So there is a screening procedure to make sure that material as imported is inspected and is clean. And the environmental assessment and the groundwater assessment looked at that material to make sure it was going to be compatible, and the screening procedures are in place for that. And again, I wanted to reinforce that we've heard some of the neighbors' concerns. Mr. Hancock met with some of the authors of the letters that we got yesterday. So Buell Flat is very conscious of being a good operator and a good neighbor. And again, we do believe some of the concerns by the people to the east have to do with the ready mix plant that is not part of our operation and is in the city. So I think that's just something we want to be aware of. Thank you again for your time, and happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I appreciate your consideration.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Briley.
Of course. Yeah, I guess I'm confused because I didn't catch this in the project description, but you're talking about not having offsite material getting processed at the site anymore?
But right now, what we do to provide material to our customers, we import raw, larger size material from North County, 30, 40 miles. Then we process it and sell it. Now that we're able, with this reclamation plan, we'll start producing that material on site.
Okay.
So we don't have to have a truck drive from Napomo to our site to drop it off and back, and then another truck to ship it. We're going to cut those import trips down because we're producing the material on site.
So this actually leads to the question about the truck trips that you had on one of the slides, and maybe we can get that slide up. It says transportation and vehicle trips. Right now, you have up to 358 truck trips per day. Is that today's operation?
Today's operation, what we did is we went back and looked at the busiest day we'd had for shipping material, for importing material to process, and for importing material for fill, and those are the numbers.
So if you're not having the import material,
That
then
would
that would actually reduce that by 58 on
Exactly.
a worst day, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So the presumption in the MND is that it was only going to be 20 trips over, and that was probably before you looked at this math a little bit more.
Well, no, I
in other
mean,
words, it
it's-
sounds like you're going to have a net reduction. in-
CEQA baseline and analysis can be complicated. So part of it is disclosing what was the actual level activity that happened during that period. So we pulled out those levels. We're not proposing a limitation. We wanted to disclose what happened on the worst day. What the discussion that didn't really come up at that point, and CEQA evaluated that, and there's no concern. So if we are less than that, it should follow that there's not a concern. And in addition, after hearing some of the discussions, a lot of times an average number is also helpful. And so from an average basis of all of those combined, we think an average of about 50 is what we're going to operate at the top end.
Okay. And my only other question was, we did get a public comment letter about a 7-day-a-week operation, but everything I read was Monday through Friday. So
We are
can you clar-
operating 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Mr. Hancock acknowledges the city has a concern. So we start up, I think was it 8 o'clock? Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. Yeah,
Sorry,
you
yeah,
you
I'll-
have to come
The
to
hours,
the mic.
the hours of the facility are 8 to 4:30,
Okay.
5 days a week. Yes.
And okay. That's it from me. Thank you.
Mr. Park?
Yeah, just a little bit to follow up on Commissioner Bridley's questions. Ultimately, sometime before 2048, you're going to bringing in some fill for the reclamation, right? I mean, so that's different than bringing in truckloads of material to process.
It is, and that's what we estimated in there on the busiest day. So it's periodic, right? It's
Yeah.
not constant, but yes, we will be bringing in fill.
Yeah, but you've already got about something like 80% of what you need for the
Mhm.
reclamation on site, right?
We have most of it on site. yes.
Yeah. And so when you go to bring in that extra material for 2048, you got 26 years of choice as to when the trucks will come in, and you can kind of adjust that to avoid the busiest periods, right?
We can, and we, by limiting our hours from 8 to 4:30, and an average of 50 trips, yes, you typically these things don't happen all at once. So
Yeah.
it's staged throughout the year and the time.
And it might be in a quiet time of the year for delivering materials. You choose that
Right.
time to bring in some reclamation materials. And some of that reclamation, that'll come from county debris flows and all those kinds of things, right?
Exactly.
Out of
And
your
local
control.
construction projects, a lot of times they have difficulty finding a home for that fill. So
Yeah.
if it meets the criteria, we can provide that home.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, well, good morning first.
Morning.
Two follow-up questions. In regards to the non-marketable soils, my understanding is you're stockpiling it there somewhere on the site. Is that
Correct.
Okay, in stockpiling that kind of soil, is this some fine material soil that would need that you cover with some tarp or something of the sort?
And the two issues with the stockpiles are stormwater runoff, right? Because if you've got fine material in it, you've got rain on it. In this case, we have BMPs in place and the water all goes into detention basins. So we've got that controlled. The other would be dust control, right? In case you get blowing dust. And Jamie has a dust control plan. They provide water when needed. The stockpiles of this type, it's not the super fine, it's earth. And you in a super high wind situation, you might see something, but they operations always shut down once it gets windy, just because you don't want equipment moving because it's going to create more dearth. And when the stockpiles aren't shortly after they're placed, they develop kind of a crust. So to my knowledge, there hasn't been dust issues from the stockpile area currently. And the APCD does provide oversight to that since the site has permits.
And then my follow-up question is that within the attachment beach, the staff report says the reclamation plan includes installing a drainage culvert from the mine pit to an existing sediment basin. So a sediment basin exists on the property, and in my mind, I see that as somewhere where moisture, at least water, sometimes sits and either dissipates into the ground. But and part of the reclamation plan, is it also to fill in that sediment basin too?
That sediment basin will stay. It's not being filled in. The design calls for the pit to be deepened and filled back up. And then the pit area will drain through that culvert we're putting in into the sediment basin. The sediment basin at this point is a nice habitat area that's been used by the facility for a long time. So it will not be filled in and changed. And the depression where the mining is will have a culvert that feeds into it.
Okay.
Everything around it will be grassland, and so it will be able to sustain on its own.
How deep is this sediment basin here we're talking about? Is it man-created?
Probably, I would say originally it was created as part of the operation, but it's not been managed for a long time. So it's not your typical construction sediment basin, I guess you would see. We're kind of looking at the mine site to provide that, and then the overflow from there will feed into the adjacent one.
And the sediment basin from there, the flow doesn't go towards.
Does not go to the river. No.
Okay.
It just percolates.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Going back to the truck trips and your proposal to build in a limit, an average number of trips per day. And I'm getting a feel from what you said as to how operations ebb and flow. And, sometimes there is some fill brought in and maybe operations vary.
And demand varies as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm envisioning a situation where not necessarily a neighbor, but just people who use 246. It's a busy road, and there is a significant amount of traffic moving through that intersection on a given day. But then you might have very minor amount on several other days. Is there any limitation on the number of truck trips that would be acceptable to you as a single day total?
What there may be, we haven't talked about it. What we documented and the numbers you see represent what we've seen historically as a peak day.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to our knowledge and through the environmental review, that did not, that was not something that came up as a concern on that road. There's good sight distance for the access and egress. I don't think there's a history of accidents there due to trucks, but certainly if there was a maximum day, we would look at where we started, and I doubt we'd need that much in a day.
The proposal as it stands, though, calls for adding to the existing number
It
an
calls for adding-
additional 20 trips.
Calls adding for 20, and I talked to Mr. Hancock, and we can take that out if we want. We can revise our project description so we're not adding any to it, if that would be something the commission would find useful.
Well, it's attractive to me, just
subtract it. We'll subtract it.
because I think there isn't a lot about the operation that goes broad to the whole community. There is some local noise, some dust from time to time. I can understand that. But in terms of traffic, it really impacts the surrounding community when the trucks are moving in and out of the 246 intersection. So that's what I'm focusing on right now.
Yeah, so we can easily take that 20 that we asked for, we can take that off and leave it as it was and propose the average of 50 a day.
Yes. Well, you're heading in my direction.
Right.
That's
And
very
again,
helpful.
because it's a vested operation, we don't want to have to go through the process of discussing it as a condition. We'll modify our project description. That's our first condition. We're happy to work with the county on that.
It also helps with regard to reviewing the CEQA
Correct.
compliance. So,
Right.
Okay, those are my questions. Anything else from the,
Chair-
oh, sorry.
Chair
you
Cooney, I'm
have another-
sorry. All this prompted a couple more from me. Can I?
Sure.
Continue. Thank you, Mr. Hecht.
Yes.
Yeah, so on the project description for the site improvements, it talks about grading improvements will be made to the east-west ending, well, these just access road. So are you, is that just compacted gravel, or would you ever consider doing, an AC base to reduce dust, or is that not logical?
So the access road, I think Ms. Ibarra had it in her presentation. It's just it's a dirt access road that would enable us to get to the north side of the pit. So we have crushed material. We can easily put crushed rock on it if we need to control dust. But we don't need it for stability. This is for, heavy equipment. And
Okay.
it's not for the on-road trucks. It's for the heavy equipment that are accessing the pit area.
Okay.
So the on-road trucks and the loadout area is as it is, no change, as it's been for years and years and years.
Okay, well, that's a little attractive to me too, in terms of reducing dust. And I know
Yeah.
this is, your operation is vested, but if you can throw that in as a,
Yeah,
something that
and
might
when
help.
they're going to operate and excavate probably 3 to 6 months out of the year. So the way it
Mm.
works is they excavate, they create a large stockpile, then they stop excavating and they process it. So it's not like they're going to be excavating constantly. Okay. And so while they're excavating and heavy equipment is moving, they've got a water truck, they're keeping everything wet. The highway trucks that will be, more frequent, that area is paved, it's used every day. And that's not changing as part of this.
Okay. And just the last question, I don't want to forget what the city of Buellton wrote on the MND, and I'm not sure if this has been vetted more with staff, but they were concerned about the operation somehow affecting the bridge piers in the adjacent bridge structure. You saw that letter on the MND, and I don't know what
I don't
happened.
recall, maybe Ms. Ibarra remembers the discussion, but I know the city was satisfied once they were contacted.
Okay,
Yeah, I can add to that, Commissioner Bridley, through the chair. The city of Solvang just wanted to be sure that operations didn't impact the river and those bridges. And we discussed it with them, confirmed that the proposed project would not impact those areas, and they were okay with it.
okay, thank you. That was my question. That's it.
Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I have a question about timing, and it kind of relates to actually to your comments as well, Chair Cooney, of some things to work out, so forth. And so I understand that the process here is if we give approval, it's a conceptual approval, then it goes to DMR, the Samara plan does. And then I don't know how long that process takes, some
30 to 60 days.
And
Typically.
then-
They've seen
then
it
it-
a lot. So
okay, and
it's
then
gonna be quick.
it'll come back to us for a final approval and so forth. So I'm just trying to determine if there's time to take this and really polish this up to address some of these concerns. When would you anticipate actually starting this extra mining, the deep mining?
We'd start it once we've received the approval and completed all of the prior to conditions, because there are some things that we have to do that are conditions of this permit. So I would anticipate we'd start it in the fall sometime.
Okay.
But the question, is there time to polish these things between the conceptual approval and your final approval? I'd have to turn to staff. I don't know whether we can be changing the project description between the conceptual approval and final approval.
Well, we're used to doing cannabis projects where if we don't approve it this afternoon, we're told it's going to lose millions of dollars. And
Well-
exaggerating, but anyway, we hear that. And so,
We've been working on it a long time. I know,
I know, I
Mr.
think
I
it's
know
about-
Mr. Hancock would love to get this to DMR and use that time effectively.
yeah, but we're going to hear from the neighbors, some things that they think, and we're dealing with that policy I mentioned. I just want to kind of figure out where we can fit all this in. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on just a minute. I wanted to let Commissioner Freeney, and then maybe you can respond to all of ours. Did you have comments?
I had a question. So in the staff report, we've got all these different truck numbers, but on truck trips, the staff report says export for sale, 200 trips. Material import for processing, 58. And then fill import for reclamation, 100, for a total of 358. And I keep hearing you say 50.
Okay, so the staff report is what has historically occurred on the actual maximum day over the last, 2013 to 2017. What I'm saying is on an average day. So if you look at the average throughout the year, it averages out around 50. No more than 50. So what you'll see is you might have periods of one very busy day, and then you might have 3 months of very slow days. So in traffic, you can look at the max day for how it impacts intersections, but you also look at the average day for what the roadway is generally going to be impacted by,
Okay.
if
thank
that
you.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And a truck load is 2 trips. So 50 trips is actually 25 trucks, because it's a trip every time you go in and a trip when you leave. So 50 trips isn't 50 trucks, it's 25 trucks.
Yeah, and I think our concern is trips, not trucks. So
Right.
you can have big trucks or little trucks. It doesn't matter.
It's a trip is a
it's the
trip.
intersection. Mr. Zorovich.
Mr. Chair, and maybe to address the question from Commissioner Park and maybe all of the commission. You're right. Today is before you is a conceptual consideration of this plan. I think the commission has some discretion in 2 options, which you may want to think about as the day progresses. One option would be we'd summarize the changes we've heard, and when it comes back to you, those are the changes you would foresee. We'd get the applicant's approval on some of these because they're really related to the operations. But we could come back on the final reclamation plan after the state has looked at it and provide you with that information. The other option could be that there's a fairly lengthy list of things to change, and it could either be trailed depending on the amount of information, or we could return and come back to you before it goes to the state for their consideration. So there is some options here as to what your comfort is in moving forward.
Well, it's just appearing to me, Mr. Zorovich, as we get more and more informed about the project and the future project versus what you've done now, that we've got 2 or 3 things we'd like to see changed first. And so I would certainly bow to staff if it was a major problem, but otherwise I think it'd be helpful for everybody to do the thinking while it's fresh, get the conditions as amended to us. And we have a fairly open summer in terms of our meetings that we could come back and do. Yeah, we'll see. We've got another project.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And then if public testimony, if I could have a few minutes afterwards to try to respond to any public testimony.
Of course.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. Okay. Anything else from the applicant before we go to public comment? All right. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that we have some speakers in the room, although I don't have any speaker slips. I would ask if you speak just to fill out a speaker slip after you speak. And then we do have current count is 4 speakers on Zoom. So I just ask you which do you want to go with those present in person first?
Yes, please.
So if there's anyone present in the room that'd like to speak, just come up to the podium, state your name, and then if you could fill out a speaker slip before you leave, that would be great. Thank you.
Come forward, sir.
Thank you. My name is Robert Dulay. I'm an owner of a property, a mobile home. In the mobile home park, there's 163 different mobile homes adjacent to this property. And our concern, of course, is noise and dust. And if we can clarify the hours of operation, that would be great. I understand it's 8 to 5, 8 to 4:30, 5 days a week. And that means not Saturday or Sunday. Is that clear? Is that?
That's our understanding.
Hmm?
That's what we understand, Mr. Delay.
Okay, that's good. So it's not in operation on Saturday and Sunday then?
Well, we can ask the applicant to clarify when they come back up, but that's our understanding is they're not operating after 4:30 during the week and not at all on the weekend.
And not any earlier than
8 a.m. Correct.
And that's important because I believe at some times they have been operating earlier than that, but that would be good to know. That was my my questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Delay, for coming down to tell us. Are there any other members of the public that would like to, that are in the room? Yep, we have one more speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Susan Delay. My name is Susan Delay. My husband just spoke. One of my concerns is the dust, and particularly with our winds that we're having. As I look from my front porch across the river to the hills on the other side, it's hazy. I'm originally from Los Angeles where we had smog, and this is starting to look a little like that. We're getting more and more wind that they can't control, we can't control, but they can control their dust, the dust that's being released into the air. I want to know what they're going to be doing about that. I come from a family that was in construction, and anytime they graded land, they had to have a water truck following that grader to control the dust going into the air. Is this going to be happening there? That was my question. Because we have a lot of older people in the park who have health conditions. You're raising allergens into the air. I want to know what we can do to control this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Do you have a question?
I did.
It's
for the delays.
This delay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand your question, but there's some part I don't understand. And I'm familiar with the neighborhood. I'd like to walk over there. And if I'm over there at the end of the road, looking west toward this project, I'm seeing ready mix, and it's doing whatever it does. And so some of that dust and noise you refer to might be coming from there. And then there's the Buell Flat processing facility, which can create noise and dust and whatever. And that's entitled to operate whether there's a mine or not. And then the mine that's the subject for what's in front of us today is over to the west, beyond all that stuff. It's probably half a mile to a mile from you. And I'm just wondering, when you ask about hours of operation, are you asking about just the mine? Or are you asking about the processing also? Or are you also asking about ready mix? I mean, so those all relate to your concerns about noise, dust, and hours of operation. So it helped me if there was clarification there, or maybe you want to know about all of them. I don't know.
Come on up, Mr. Delay. Everything you say has to be on the record, and this is how we get it. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, that was a very important question, and we would like the answer on the operations of the mine, and then we'd like to know about the operations of the other part too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delay. We have additional public commenters, we think. Mr. Villalobos, so can you bring them into to our meeting at this time?
Yes, sir. Our next speaker will be Morris Sabani, to be followed by Deborah Deyette.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Could you identify,
yes.
Tell us who you are?
My name is Morris Sobhani, Sobhani. I am the property owner to the north of the proposed facilities they're proposing. I'm a bit confused. I thought I was clear when I came in. They're talking about the dust and dirt and so forth. From one side, they describe the project as being in the water table, and they cannot go in. They have an arm that reaches down in the water. How could that create dust? Unless I'm looking at something different. Therefore, I'm asking if the owner will consider to have a site visit for us, all of us, those of us who would like to see this thing. Then it might clear for us what's going on. For instance, this gentleman, Mr. Delay, who said about the trailer park. I'm sorry, I don't know where this trailer park is. Is it in Buellton or is it in Solvang? And so we need a little bit of clarification unless the project proponent of the project could describe exactly what are we talking about? Where is it at? Is it near our property, which we are on the east end of the Highway 246 near Solvang, or near Buellton?
Okay, Mr. Sabani, that's your questions will be answered, addressed as we move through the hearing. Do you have anything else to comment on?
Well, I had some comments, but my comments is really maybe inappropriate, not knowing exactly the location and if its impact on our property.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll certainly address the questions you've raised.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Deborah Deyette, to be followed by Nancy Emerson.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm Deborah Deyette, and I live in Rancho San Ynez Mobile Home Park. To answer the previous gentleman's question, we are immediately adjacent to Buell Flat on the east end. The property line is actually right at Adobe Creek. We are right on the other side. So I want to apologize first off for being uninformed. I pride myself on being very informed on these issues. I've lived here 23 years. So I've been a neighbor of Buell Flat for 23 years. I was not notified of any of these hearings because apparently I live just outside of the 300-foot buffer zone, they call it, for notification. So I and probably most of the other 200 residents who live here and are, I want to assure you, are greatly impacted by dust and noise from this operation, were not notified. So my first comment to the commissioners is I would like to see the notification for a project of this scope and size be considered to notify for people living at least within 1,000 feet. I understand you do that for cannabis grows. I can assure you that dust and noise travels more than 300 feet, and it's significant. Also, to answer the question the previous gentleman had and other people have brought up about dust. the dust seems to come from the stockpiles of the dirt. So it may not be from the mining operation itself. It's from the numerous very large dust piles, which seem to be ever growing throughout the years. Well, I call them dust piles. They're gravel. They're the product that comes out. And you can actually see, I can walk out on my back deck. I'm really, really close to this. So I can walk out on my back deck and I can see the dust coming off when the winds happen. As you all know, with climate change, our winds have been increasing. I've been here 23 years. This year, there have been more winds than I've ever experienced in the valley daily. And so I understand the mitigation and we appreciate the efforts. I do see the water trucks there, but a simple spraying once a day when the winds exceed 15 miles an hour and it's, upwards of 90, 100 degrees does not mitigate for very long. I can assure you that. There's still quite a significant amount of dust, and especially as these stockpiles seem to grow. On the issue of complaints, I think there's been a misconception about complaints. Personally, I have filed multiple complaints, and I know for a fact that many other residents have as well. The problem we have had, and this is apparently my fault, is that we haven't been going to the right place. We've been addressing our complaints to the city, and the city tells us, sorry, we can't do anything. It's not within our jurisdiction. We are never and have never been given the proper agency to file our complaints with. So just recently, a neighbor of mine actually went down and recorded the noise that was starting at 6:30 a.m. And when I say noise, it was trucks starting up and equipment starting up, maybe to warm up, but there was a rumbling. And again, this carries. You can actually oftentimes feel vibrations on the ground carrying. And then trucks with the, how they beep, beep every time they back up. So the beep, beep starting at 6:30. So a neighbor of mine went down, recorded this, time-stamped it, brought it to the city of Solvang, put it in writing, and we're told, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it, and was not given any sort of an outlet of where to go. So I could go on, but I won't. But just suffice to say that over the years, I can state for a fact that there have been complaints, but apparently they're just not going to the right place. So I just wanted to clear that up. We appreciate the operation has been in existence since the 30s. When I moved in here to the area in 1998, we were well aware of that. We appreciate the family has always tried to be good neighbors. It is interesting that Mission Concrete is also there and is, from what I just heard, is on city property, which is news to me. So that could also be part of the confusion. Maybe their hours are different. I don't know. But I just wanted to kind of clarify some of that and set the record straight, so to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Deyette, for taking the time.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Denise Rose.
Can you hear me?
We can, Ms. Emerson.
Thank you. I'm speaking for We Watch, but informally today. I think I have some information, and I just realized I have it, that might be helpful in the discussion of traffic. Probably 8 or 10 years ago, Bill Peterson and I, who knew each other, were concerned about the increase in traffic where Buell Flat comes out and Skip Mesa was now adding traffic. And both of us wrote to Caltrans asking for a light there, a traffic light. And Caltrans responded that when the third segment of Skip Mesa development started, then they would consider putting in a light. Well, Skid Mesa is fully developed and there's no light yet. So I would suggest that it's time for some action with Caltrans by the county and the city. And We Watch is glad to write too. And also Buell Flat and other businesses in that area. The second piece of information is that Solvang has had a sphere of influence on part of this land that's Buell Flat for quite a long time. And at some point, they're probably going to try to take over that area, which may or may not simplify life. And I did want to say that although I've not personally experienced it, it's fairly common knowledge in Solvang that the mobile home park does have a dust and noise problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. Last speaker.
Our next speaker will be Denise Rose. Ms. Rose, I know that you didn't have your hand up, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak. Doesn't look like Ms. Rose has a microphone set up. She had indicated in her registration that she had no position on it.
Okay. That concludes the public speakers then. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. All right, Mr. Heck, did you have final remarks?
Thank you, Chair and members of the commission and the public for your comments. Just a couple of items to clarify. Again, I'll clarify for Mr. Goulet, our hours of operation are 8 until 4:30. That's what we've been doing for a long time. There is Mission Ready Mix. There's Cal Portland. There are other activities over adjacent to that eastern side, but our operations start at 8. And so that's something that we're confirming with this project, but that's what we've been doing in the past as well. Regarding air quality, I took a look at the mitigated negative deck, and there is a mitigation measure for air quality. And if it's okay, I'll just read it out to you because it tells you exactly what we have to do. So it says it's A-Air-01, dust control. Number A, dust generated by the development activities shall be kept to a minimum with a goal of retaining dust on site. B, during clearing, grading, earth moving, excavation, or transportation of cut or fill material, water trucks or sprinkler systems will be used to prevent dust from leaving the site and to create a crust after each days of activities cease. C, during construction, use water trucks or sprinkler systems to keep all areas of vehicle movement damp enough to prevent dust from leaving the site. D, wet down construction area after work is completed for the day and whenever wind exceeds 15 miles an hour. E, when wind exceeds 15 miles an hour, have the site watered at least once each day, including weekends and or holidays. F, order increased watering as necessary to transport protection of dust off-site. So off-site in the dust control world, that's the fugitive dust rules by the APCDs. That's kind of where visible dust off-site is where you need to stop it. And then cover stockpile soil, okay, that would be fine soil for more than 2 days, or treat with soil binders to prevent dust generation. So pretty comprehensive list of things that is our condition that we have to comply with. I think that's what we had. We appreciate your consideration.
Mr. Heck, an idea has occurred to all of us, I'm sure. Do you have some sort of contact information available to the public if, for example, there's a
Absolutely.
wind going and they don't see the water trucks?
Absolutely. We can make sure that that's provided. And what we'll do is work with Jamie and with staff to figure out the best way to do that. Maybe we can just put a sign on the building or whatever the county would like to do. Absolutely. And one of the commenters did request a site visit. I know Mr. Hancock's been very good. He did a site visit with Commissioner Park, and he's been meeting with the neighbors. So if anybody wants to see what's going on and understand, happy to accommodate that.
I think that would help a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Heck, any last questions from commissioners? Don't see any, so thank you for your presentation.
I appreciate that and just reiterate, we'd love, we're sure we can work out any of the condition discussions that we're having. And if we can find a way to get it to DMR and do it during that period, we would greatly appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, yeah. Okay, we're back to staff. Any further comments from staff? At this point, Mr. Zorovich?
No, I reached out to staff. At this point, they don't have any responses unless you have further specific questions to them. I know there was one individual that requested, better notification of the project, and she's going to be added to a mailing list for this project, so we can certainly do that. And anybody else wants to, they could reach out to the planner and we can add it, because again, we'll have to come back. This is only conceptual review, so we can expand our notifications if people want to be on that list.
Right. I think that's important for everyone to understand is we're in the first inning of this game and we've got a long way to go. Commissioner Farini.
Couple of questions for staff. As far as the dust, right? So the project we're looking at is the mining that's going to really be dredging of materials out of the water, correct? So that's not a dust producing operation. I was hoping to see on the map, maybe we can pull it up and you can point out where the stockpiles are and then where the true dredging will be occurring.
Yes.
So Commissioner Farini, through the chair, this is part of the staff's presentation that outlines the site. So the actual project area where the mining were to occur is in Area A, that's outlined in red on the western portion of the site. And then the existing stockpiles from previous mines are located just north to that Area A area that's shown in that green, just north of that red line. And then Area B, which is on the eastern part of the site that is adjacent to the city of Solvang and the mobile home park, that's the processing area. And the applicant can also provide additional detail here, but there are existing material stockpiles for sale and export that are over on that eastern edge in Area B.
Okay, that's helpful. And then in the staff report, you discussed the zoning of the parcels. Is there a way you can show me where the different zonings are? So it says in the staff report, we have M2, Ag 140 and Ag 120 on this project. Where are the different zones?
Commissioner, through the chair, there's not a figure that specifically has those APN separated out per zones, but there is a figure in the staff report. If you, Mr. Zorovich, want to go down, there's a figure that shows areas A, B, and C. That would likely be the most relevant. This one. So this isn't listed by those separate APNs, these are just, they show the sub areas, but if you wanted to see a figure with the APNs and zones, I can prepare that for you.
Maybe to simplify the question, for the area that we're discussing for today, what's the zoning on that? So I guess on the mining area, does that have all three zones in it, or when we talk about these three zones, are we talking about all of the property that's in their operation, but not necessarily what's being mined?
Commissioner, through the chair, what I believe you're asking is what is the zoning for area A and for the mine, and that would be agriculture.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Chair, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Freeney. If that exhausts the questions of staff, we can discuss how we want to move forward. This is a third district item, right? Do we want to talk about when some of these changes the applicants indicated agreement to include in the project description should be back to us for review?
I think that's the key question. I think it would be useful, though, if we sort of, each one of us go through what kinds of things they think should be included. So I'd like to summarize what I've heard so far, but also include what I had. One thing I've heard so far, and which I support, I think it's a good idea, is some fine tuning on the project description or conditions, whatever it is, with regard to maximum daily trips. And you planners out there know how better that is handled than I do. And I'm looking at my commissioner right here, but I assume that there could be some sort of setting of the maximum trips in a day. And I think you have, I think that's a fair thing because it will affect the community. And clearly the community wants a light there. And I can think of other places where I want a light on 246, like outside my house. But but notwithstanding the fact we don't have a light right now, we know that of those trips a day under the 358 figure, which is a very unlikely thing to happen, 100 of those trips are for bringing in reclamation materials. But, you know, there's not like an urgency to bring those in because 80% are already there for reclaiming in 2048. So there's some wiggle room, a lot of wiggle room. So I'd like to see a development of a maximum trips per day, if that's possible. The other thing I'd like to see is I think that to do this right, both to comply with the law and to meet our obligations for heeding the public's concerns, we do have to pay some attention to the policy I referred to, the LUA-SYV 3 of compatibility. And I'm going to address that partially, at least as I see it. If an interesting thing to look at is the vesting rights determination from 1997 from the Planning Commission, which had a lot of interesting names on it that I remember. And then also the Whiting appellate court decision. And these are all in the appendices in our staff report. In both the vesting rights determination and the Court of Appeal, the Second District Court of Appeal, stress certain things over and over again. They say, this stuff started in the 30s, if not earlier. And they describe what was going on as active. But they go beyond that. They say, and there's been common knowledge in the community, and then these things refer to the evidence of that this mining was going to continue for a long time, and that specifically that there's going to be mining extended into what's we're referring to today in Area A. And this was important in the court decision and in the vesting rights determination. So if you're moving near the project, you've got some pretty strong authorities that say you should have known, okay, that this is a processing area. And to support that point, we look at the zoning. It's at least M2 over there on the eastern side, if I have my directions right. And there's not a whole lot of industrial zoning in this county. There probably should be more. but that's how it's zoned. And there's a pretty big list of uses that can be there. And I remember when the mobile home park was developed, it was I think a client of ours that did that. And a good friend with the accountant who has worked on that since then. And it, you know, this M2 zoning and the all the processing and all these things, it predates the mobile home park. It predates the purchase of any of the equestrian properties that are adjoining. So when we talk about compatibility with agriculture, I think we have to take that into account. It's a pre-existing use, you know, and in nuisance law, we have that phrase coming to the nuisance. So when you're coming to that area, you're coming to the nuisance. So the standard of how to make it compatible probably ought to take that into account. Because it's you know, that pre-existing use and all that, I am personally not inclined to say, oh gosh, the impacts of this should mean we should vote no against it. I don't think that's appropriate, given that it's all been there for so long. On the other hand, we have that policy, and the policy has a development standard that says that we should have a buffering, appropriate buffering on a case-by-case basis. It's not like so many 100 feet or whatever. It just says buffering, and that can be both space and plantings. Now, I'm a big believer, and I guess this is somewhat from our cannabis cases and other things, that appropriate plantings can screen dust, can screen visually, which is very important. I have a horse. I know how horses act, and I think it's these equestrian properties nearby. They're nice properties. People invested in them. They do good things, and I think that they would all benefit from a visual barrier that plantings could provide, an attenuation of noise that plantings provide, and an attenuation of any dust. And I say any dust. I'm not sure there will be a significant increase in dust from the mining, but in any event, I would like to see some sort of a landscape buffer plan. So those are my general ideas of things that I think we should have. Other commissioners may have others. I don't want to get into the detail. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate for me to do that on what I think is appropriate landscape buffer. I think that needs to be worked up by the applicant, by staff, and with an opportunity for community people to have examples. I don't think it would be very hard to do. I think you've got room there along the access road, and it wouldn't take a whole lot to do it, but that small investment in that would really benefit the community. So there you go. That's what I got to say. Start.
Okay. Well, I think that the question is if we have an applicant that's willing to understand the concerns of the community and ours as representing the community. So we need to incorporate some of those into the project description to the extent we can. And I think we're going to need time to do that beyond today. So my suggestion to you, Commissioner Park, is that we allow staff to continue working with the applicant as they have, address these points and set a date, one of our open dates in the next month. And then we reconvene and go through these in I would assume, a fairly efficient process.
Let me comment on that. Staff asked us a question, or I think you did, Mr. Zorvich. That is, broadly speaking, there's kind of two ways of handling this. You could address some of these things we want during the time that this is getting DMR review. In a sense, you could approve this conceptually, then it goes off for the DMR review, and we address these things. And then when it comes back, we get these changes in the project description and all that incorporated in our final analysis. I get that. I personally think that the project's better off not doing that, but actually coming back to us in some month or whatever for to keep working on the conceptual review. I think that'll actually be faster in the long run we'll sort of be committed to a path that goes right. You'll have your more elaborate or more final project that the DMR will review, and you won't have as many people coming back 6 months from now or whenever it comes in for the final review saying, oh, I didn't get notice, or we didn't talk about this, or commissioners like me forgetting what happened, like for breakfast and saying, oh, let's look at this and add that. I think you're better off coming back to us in a month or 2 or whatever and getting this all sorted out. Any thoughts from other commissioners there?
Commissioner Free.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I agree, but I don't agree with 2 months. I think we have plenty of time available. The amount of cannabis appeals have truly dropped off. And so we have more time, and they've been at this process for, I think, 4 years, they said. So I'd like to see it done as expeditiously as we can. I'm a little worried. It's up to the applicant, but I'm a little worried about them dropping all the way down to 50 trips. Which average. So maybe you can help me with that. So does that mean on one day you could do 80 trips if more, and then they look at the average? Or should Mr. Zorovich answer that? What does that mean when they say I agree to only do 50 average per day?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Freeney, it says exactly that, right? I mean, it's an average of 50. So one day it could be 100 and the other day it could be 0, and I've averaged 50. So it's averaging is a number when you look at your operations and you look and go, okay, over an average, I have some up in the 70s, I have some in the 30s, and I can get there because that's my average operation. So that's based on some real information. I don't have that. They may have that. So, you can always put will average 50 per day or not exceed 70 per day. There's different ways you can limit it or quantify it. It's, I guess, really kind of based on what your feeling or sense would be. And in their actual operations, as you say, you don't want to cut them to too low numbers that isn't really realistic. It'd be good to hear from them what a realistic rather than average not to exceed would be, because average is just that. It's varies. And it can vary significantly, or it can vary, maybe most days it's 45 and some days it's 55. I just don't have the data to know how that is best, how that really works here. And they can provide us with more information so we can refine that.
Okay, while I've got you here. There's the other issue of this dust control. And under their SMARA, their mining permit, not the counties, but they're required to water these piles down even on weekends, or is that the APCD's requirement? So when they change their hours, or they agree on this permit to be an 8 to 4:30 5-day a week, but their other permit, I think their air pollution permit, requires them to water those things down on the weekends should it be windy. Is staff aware of that? And is there a way you can be sensitive to the other permit requirements by other agencies as we move forward with this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Freeney, certainly we can collaborate and communicate with the other departments like APCD to see what their requirements are and their justification. Ideally, it's nice to have conditions that don't have different timelines for one and the other. So going forward, we can certainly look to see what APCD's requirements are and try and make them similar, not so that they're less stringent, but that they're just so they have similar requirements.
Yeah, I'm just thinking there's maintenance to the project that's ongoing to control dust, so that it's a 7-day requirement. And then there's the operation of the mine, which is mining, actually digging and dump trucks or whatever, bulldozers. That would be their 8 to 4:30.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In regard to the original question, I actually agree with the latter, which is basically coming back as soon as possible to address whatever concerns that that we have. I'll be upfront. I'm not too concerned in regards to the trips. I believe that what I heard is that by actually allowing for this to go forward, it'll actually reduce the trips because it's a local site. Won't need as much coming in, and that is traffic coming in, maybe going out. I mean, for all successes, and I'm also not as concerned because, well, I shouldn't say concerned at this point, but I believe we're also limited because I thought we were talking about the reclamation plan where I feel that we got to stay away from the operations, which gets into the dust situation. But I was impressed by one comment that was made by the applicant, is that when it does get to a certain degree of wind or whatever, that I thought I heard them saying that they cease operations so that they don't get into that mix of where, like farmers, I would say, is when it's going to be a windy day, you're not going to go up and disc up your field. So the dust goes on to somebody's also planted crops. So I was impressed with that. And I will say in the future, and this is for any other applicants in the future, when people come up and say we're a contributing member of the community and stop there, I believe they do themselves an injustice by not saying how they are a contributing member of the community. I like to hear what they say. You know, it's a statement that they lose an opportunity to show what they are. And with people working there and them contributing, that would have been an added thing. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Always astute comments. There seems to be a desire, Mr. Zorovich, to have another look at this before we approve it conceptually. We think the applicant has, through Mr. Hecht, has already proposed several adjustments that could be made that would be satisfactory to the commission. We're not trying to go beyond our jurisdiction here. We're just trying to address the comments we've heard and the concerns we have. So I think rather than try and do that on the fly today, it will be better done, and then we can conceptually approve it. And I haven't heard anything that would prevent us from doing that in one more hearing.
Mr. Chair, that sounds good. I concur as well. I think it's good to get this before it goes to the state. That way, you know, if you were to make changes after the conceptual and we don't have it in the rec plan, it could cause some complications with the state because they didn't see the final version before they reviewed it. So I think it makes sense to get it in as clean an order as we can before it's forwarded to the state. That said, in conversing with staff, we were targeting July 27th. That does sound far away, but a staff report would be due in a couple of weeks internally for review. So that would be the ideal one. The 13th is really cutting it close. So, of July, I'm speaking of July. So the 27th is one that staff feels they can make if that's acceptable to your commission.
Yeah, I think we heard from the applicant that they have a desire to get going in the fall, and I think that's consistent with their goal, and gives everybody an opportunity to catch up when staff is ready before the meeting of the 27th. And that is, after all, our next meeting after the first one. So it's really our only second meeting this summer. So I don't think that's unreasonable. Does anybody have a problem with the 27th?
No.
Looks like we could accommodate that. So the action today would be to continue the matter to the 27th, if you're willing to move that way.
And that's just what I'm going to do. I just have another question for staff. Do you need any direction from us in the motion? I mean, I think you've heard pretty well what we're talking about. It's an easier motion for me to articulate if I just have a date, but if you want it to include some direction, I'll do it. But what do I need to do? That's a question for Mr. Zorovich and Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, I think we got your direction in the hearing unless there were other commissioners that had other potential suggestions to look at, but I think we got clear direction from you, and just to continue it to that date, we'll follow up on that information that you requested and the commission requested.
Well, thank you. I think that gives more flexibility if I keep the motion as simple as possible. So
Could you hold just one
Yes,
second on the
yes.
motion? I'm advised that Mr. Briggs has a comment to add. If that's accurate, Aaron, we'd like to take it now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So we've been talking about traffic, and there's been some discussion about average daily trips and maximum daily trips. I know that the applicant threw out the concept that, in reality, under normal operating conditions, they're going to have an average of 50 daily trips. And obviously that's much lower than what was studied in the environmental document. I wanted to plant a seed that enforcing an average daily trips from a compliance standpoint, if this becomes an expectation of the commission and it becomes a part of the project description or a condition of approval, and staff becomes responsible for enforcing daily trips, it's going to be much more difficult for us to enforce average daily trips. It would be much more efficient and easy for us to enforce a maximum daily trips. So I'm going to throw that out there. If you are tasking staff with developing a maximum daily trips, that's the way that we're going to look at it and work with the applicant on it. And when we return, that's how we'll present it to the commission.
shall I address that, Commissioner Cooney?
Let me just
Oh, yeah.
add one thought while I have it. 'Cause
Sure.
It'll be gone.
I know how that works.
Mr. Briggs, you were part of, as was I, projects of working in the Cuyama River with an applicant that was processing gravel for construction purposes. And as I recall, there was a limitation on the number of daily trips. And more importantly, there was reporting to the county that, every month or every 6 months or whatever, the number of trips was actually self-reported to the county as an assist to staff in terms of regulating those. Do you recall similarly, or am I off base on that?
If you're referring to either River Rock or Diamond Rock, yes.
That's what I was, yes. Okay. So anyhow, Mr. Briggs will take care of whatever we end up deciding on.
Yeah, I mark this day, Mr. Briggs, we're in 100% agreement. I personally am not interested in restricting the average. I think it's average over what time and how, and I don't even want to think about it. I'm more interested in the maximum daily. If you had 2 trips one day and 600 the next day, well, that 600 is going to be pretty noticed by the community. And I want to be very liberal in the determination of that figure, because in no way do I want to limit the number of trucks that go out that are exporting the material. That's their business to sell the stuff. And frankly, I'll bet if Mr. Hancock went back over their biggest projects over the years, some are going to be to government agencies like the Bureau of Rec on the Kachuma Dam and certain county projects and so forth. So I don't want to limit those. I don't want to limit your employees coming to work and things like that. I've said it before. I think the wiggle room is how many trucks are going to be coming in for replenishing your reclamation pile, which is kind of, pretty far away, because 80% of what you need, you've already got. So to get back to you, Mr. Briggs, I'm personally interested more in the maximum daily trips, and let's not tighten the screws too much to ruin the business, because there's no need to.
Understood.
Shall I go ahead and make the motion then?
Please.
I move that we continue this hearing to July 27.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Freeney seconds, and Commissioner Bradley, you had a comment?
It's okay.
You're okay with
Yeah.
the date and all? Okay. All right. So that's the motion. Mr. Villalobos, if you'll call a roll.
Would you like me to?
I would in this case, yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Hecht and your staff. We'll look forward to seeing you in a month. They do. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, we're just a few minutes before noon. We could take a short break, half hour or so, and have staff make their presentation on item 2. Or what's your preference, Commissioner Freeney?
Might as well have lunch and take an hour.
Take an hour, do a
Yeah,
real lunch.
do a
Okay.
real lunch. See over there.
All right, great. We'll be back here at 10 minutes to 1 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to start with item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I will reconvene the meeting of the 8th of June, Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. And we have one item left on our agenda. If you'll read that into the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The County Planning Commission will receive a status update from and may provide direction to staff regarding the housing element update.
Okay. So we have the head of our long range planning division who trekked up here to join us today. Good morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Cooney, members of the commission. Yeah, it's nice to actually see you in person. You're no longer a two-dimensional image of electrons. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So, I'm going to turn it over here to Mr. Alan Bell, as the supervising planner who's managing the housing element update project management team. And then he's going to do some introductory remarks, and he's going to turn it over to Miss Selena Evilsizer Whitney, who is one of the 2 project managers on the housing element update. So with that said, Mr. Bell, take it away.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Cooney, commissioners. Nice to be with you this afternoon, although we're still remote a bit down here. What we'd like to do today is give you a brief introduction to the housing element. And that would include talking about the purpose and status of it. As you may know, cities and counties throughout California must periodically update the housing element of their community plans. And the county's number is up now. We have to submit to the state an updated housing element by early next year. And with that, we're going to go over some of the details of what's involved with that. Just a couple of things to keep in mind before we get started. One is there have been a number of recent state laws that affect how we prepare the housing element and what it must include. So that's going to make this element particularly challenging, and Ms. Evilsizer Whitney will talk about some of those challenges. Second thing is that this is an introduction today, so we don't expect you to absorb everything in one session. We'll be back, but in the meantime, if you, the public, have an interest and would like more information, you can visit our webpage. We have a sign up for mailing updates, and the webpage contains information on upcoming events. And also we have a video that we produced that you can watch through the webpage. It's available in both English and Spanish, and it gives an overview of the housing element and an introduction as well. So I encourage you to take a look at that as time permits. The housing element team includes a number of people. Selena Evilsizer Whitney will be leading the presentation today. She's a senior planner with long range planning. We have Jesse Steele, who's also a senior planner with long range planning, and Eva Marrero, who's a planner too, and they're working pretty much full time on the housing element. So with that, let me turn it over to Selena, and she'll make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, and welcome, Ms. Evilsizer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Cooney and commissioners. I'll be presenting a status update to you today on the county's 2032 to 2031 housing element. Next slide. So I'll start off by generally describing the housing element process and timelines for the major segments of the housing element update. I'll discuss the significant state requirements, then touch upon the sites inventory and potential rezones process, then the draft housing element, public outreach, and CEQA. I'll then discuss the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, in a bit more detail, and then I'll finish with some next steps in this effort. Next slide. The housing element is one part of the county's comprehensive plan. It is currently updated on an 8-year cycle. We are in the 6th planning cycle, which runs from 2023 to 2031. After the board adopts the updated housing element in early next year, it will be subject to the State Housing and Community Development Department, or State HCD's certification process. which can take some time. The housing element is informed by the regional housing needs allocation, and it must accommodate the unincorporated county's housing needs for all income levels. I'll describe a bit more about the process and some important timeframes. Next slide. This graphic shows a generalized three-step process for each housing planning cycle. First, state HCD determined the 6th cycle housing needs for all of California. Then the state provided the number of housing units for our region to the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, or SBCAG. SBCAG then worked with the county and cities to distribute each jurisdiction's share of the total RHNA. The SBCAG board adopted the 6th cycle RHNA plan in July of 2021. And since then, the county and the cities have been working to update their respective housing elements. The updates include identifying potential housing opportunity sites, rezoning sites if necessary, and considering new policies and programs to facilitate additional housing. The county's housing element only addresses the unincorporated areas of the county. Next slide. Section 65583 of the California Government Code describes the housing element and specifies required components of the element. The housing element shall identify and analyze existing and projected housing needs. It shall provide a statement of goals, policies, quantified objectives, financial resources, and scheduled programs to implement the policies and objectives. The housing element shall identify adequate sites for housing, including for specific types like rental housing and emergency shelters. The government code states that the housing element shall make adequate provision for the existing and projected needs of all economic segments of the community. And this is why the regional housing needs allocation is broken into 4 affordability categories, which I'll describe in more detail in a little bit. And finally, the government code also requires a robust public engagement effort. Next slide. There are some new public participation requirements and timelines for housing elements I wanted to mention. First, when the draft housing element is ready, the county must make the draft available for public comment for 30 days, a minimum of 30 days. Then the County Planning Commission must direct staff to submit the draft housing element to State HCD for HCD's initial review. State HCD then has up to 90 days to review the draft housing element and provide comments to the county. The board must adopt the housing element by February 15th of 2023 per the state's statutory deadline. The county must then work with State HCD during the certification process to revise the housing element as needed. And State HCD may take up to 60 days to perform their initial review for certification and every subsequent review thereafter. Next slide. This is an updated version of the timeline we showed your commission this past February. These are the basic steps of the housing element update effort, and I'll talk about each step in more detail. Next slide. One of the first steps is to identify the county's capacity for new housing development, which is called the sites inventory. The sites inventory starts with a build-out analysis under current zoning. It then looks at any shortfalls between the RHNA and current capacity and considers rezones needed to reach the RHNA. We have identified the current housing capacity in the unincorporated county for 4 housing affordability categories. The RHNA sets housing targets for housing units affordable to households with very low, moderate, and above moderate income levels. The current housing capacity tables are on our project webpage, and I will also show them to you shortly when we dive into the RHNA numbers a bit more. Regarding the sites inventory as a whole, we've been working over the past few months to identify potential housing opportunity sites and to meet our RHNA shortfalls, including parcels that could be rezoned to allow additional housing. We expect to complete the initial list of potential rezones for public review in July. Next slide. Regarding public outreach for the housing element update, in the winter and spring of this year, outreach has consisted of several efforts. We released a housing needs and conditions survey in partnership with the environmental justice element effort. The survey is administered both online and in person by working with the Promotores Network to reach historically underserved communities in the unincorporated county. The online survey is open through June 15th, so there's one more week, and it's available on the Housing Element Update webpage on the Planning Department's website. After June 15th, we will begin analyzing the results of both the online and paper versions combined to incorporate into the draft housing element. Please take the survey if you haven't already. Also, educational resources such as Spanish and English language videos and web pages, both on the Planning Department website and the county's One Climate Initiative site, have been up for several months now. Please, as Alan mentioned, view the video on the County Planning Department's YouTube page for more background information on the RHNA and the housing element. We've also released numerous notifications by press release, email, and social media in both English and Spanish. And we've had targeted meetings with local developers, housing advocates, and nonprofit groups. This summer and fall, we expect to continue targeted outreach and meetings. We also expect to hold public workshops and pop-up events, such as a joint workshop in a couple weeks with the South Coast cities at the Santa Barbara Public Library on June 22nd. And we're aiming to release the draft housing element for public review toward the end of the summer. However, due to the state's required timelines for housing element updates, we have very limited time and capacity for upfront public input before the draft is released. Public outreach will continue, though, throughout 2022 and early 2023, so we can fold results of all the outreach into the final housing element. Next slide. LRP staff hired consultants to initiate data collection and assessment this past winter to start pulling together the draft housing element itself. Consultant staff will also be helping county staff in writing the draft housing element and pulling the entire document together. We are aiming to bring the draft housing element to the County Planning Commission in late summer or early fall, so the County Planning Commission can review it and authorize staff to submit it to State HCD for their initial 90-day review. Next slide. Per the board's direction to staff this spring, next slide, please. Oh, somehow I meant, yeah, secret, great. The secret slide, thank you. We have initiated preparation of a programmatic EIR. We expect to release the scoping document for the PEIR and hold a public scoping meeting by August. The draft PEIR is expected to be completed by this December in advance of the board's adoption of the housing element. County staff's contract with the consultant also allows for a supplemental EIR to be prepared next year if needed to effectuate potential rezones. I wanted to pause before I move into the RHNA numbers to see if commissioners had any questions on anything I presented so far.
I don't see any at this point. Everybody's kind of glazed over.
I will continue. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I'll spend just a few minutes discussing the regional housing needs allocation in greater detail. SBCAG's final RENA plan took a different approach than previous RENA plans for the county as a jurisdiction and set housing unit targets for the unincorporated North County and unincorporated South Coast areas as shown on this map. Next slide. This table shows the county's regional housing needs allocation for the unincorporated North County and South Coast areas. The housing needs are distributed across different household income categories. The income categories mean that new housing units would be affordable to very low or low income households, moderate income households, and above moderate income households. The income distribution is set by the state's affordability calculations and median household income for Santa Barbara County. Please note that the RENA numbers shown here are the minimum number that the county is required to meet in order to be in compliance with state HCD requirements and the 2021 RENA plan. Next slide. As I mentioned previously, staff has been working to calculate the unincorporated county's existing capacity to meet the 6th cycle RENA numbers. There are a few important assumptions to consider we wanted to present today. First, state law allows the county to count housing developments as 100% affordable when those housing developments are constructed on a site that allows 20 units per acre or higher, so fairly high density for our jurisdiction. However, we did some research and we haven't found that housing units on higher density parcels are actually being constructed at 100% affordability levels in the unincorporated county. So to be safe, we are assuming that 50% of housing units constructed on higher density parcels will be affordable to lower income households. Also, we have to take into consideration the no net loss law, which was adopted in 2002 and updated in 2017. The purpose of the no net loss law is to ensure development opportunities remain available throughout the RENA planning period to accommodate a jurisdiction's RENA, especially for lower and moderate income households. It stipulates that a jurisdiction must maintain adequate sites to accommodate its remaining unmet RENA within each income category at all times throughout the entire planning period. And if the county approves a housing development with fewer affordable units than shown in the adopted housing element, the county must either make findings that the housing element's remaining sites have sufficient capacity to accommodate the remaining unmet RENA, or the county must rezone additional sites to accommodate the remaining unmet RENA for each income category. So in order to ensure that adequate sites will be available throughout the upcoming 8-year planning cycle for affordable housing and avoid additional reasons in the future, staff is proposing to add a 20% buffer to the RENA numbers for the very low, low, and moderate income RENA categories. Next slide, please. This slide lists some of the strategies for accommodating the county's RENA that staff is considering, such as upzoning residential properties to allow greater density of housing units, for example, upzoning from DR20 to DR30, or rezoning agriculturally zoned parcels that are within or adjacent to existing urban areas, or allowing housing in non-residential zones, for example, allowing residential development in commercial zones. And finally, potentially applying minimum housing density requirements to ensure that land resources are being used efficiently. Next slide. This table shows the unincorporated county's current capacity to meet the RENA requirements for the North County. It is not a final calculation. It may change as we continue to assess additional housing opportunity sites, but it is based on the current zoning, and it includes the 20% buffer for very low, low, and moderate income categories. As you see, there is, in the North County, there's currently a shortfall in the availability of sites that can accommodate low and very low income housing units. The shortfall can be made up through rezones, factoring in future ADUs, and other methods. Next slide, please. This is the current capacity to meet the RENA, the 6-cycle RENA in the South Coast, the unincorporated South Coast. And as you can see, we have a shortfall in each income category in the South Coast. Next slide. Due to the shortfall in the county's current capacity to meet the 6-cycle RENA, staff is considering housing opportunity sites throughout the unincorporated county. And we've started by focusing on these areas and communities. So in North County, we've started by focusing on potential sites in Orcutt and New Cuyama. And in the South Coast, we're looking at potential sites in Eastern Goleta Valley, Isla Vista, and looking around Carpinteria Valley to see if there are any potential sites. Next slide. The next steps in this effort, we will continue to identify a draft list of housing opportunity sites. We will be continuing public outreach, including the joint workshop with the South Coast cities on June 22nd, and we will be presenting this presentation to the Montecito Planning Commission on June 29th. The PEIR scoping effort will be held in about 2 months, and then we are aiming to release the draft housing element for public review at the end of summer or early fall. This concludes staff's update. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siegel-Sizer. Do we have questions? Commissioner Park.
You're gonna have to forgive me ahead of time if my question isn't relevant to your presentation, but I'm trying to find a presentation where it is relevant to. And we have a continuing number of cannabis projects and other projects where I look at them, I think, gosh, if they could just provide some housing. And it never really kind of gets into our staff reports, or we don't know what to do about them, and people don't want to hold up the projects to push that kind of thing. But I remember a few years ago, we spent a lot of time on the ag employee dwelling ordinance, and it seemed to me that would answer some of our housing needs if we could really do it. So two-part question, is any of this ag employee dwelling housing being built? And then two, does that relate in any way to what you're presenting to us? Is there something we can get into the housing element that emphasizes even more the need to get pieces of housing into some of these projects?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I would be happy to look into how much ag employee housing is being built. I don't have that information right now, but we can bring that back to you. But regarding your second question, for the housing element update, we are looking at both any existing farm worker housing studies that are out there. We've collected everything we can find. And we are looking at demographics and economic data to understand the current need. And so that will be a part of the housing element, will be understanding the need and then proposing programs to address that need.
I appreciate that. I think that at least you've given me a signal that as we hear more about this, that it's appropriate to ask about this kind of housing to be included. Thanks.
Commissioner Briley.
Thank you, Ms. Vilcesar. I think that's how I pronounce it. Okay, thank you very much. Very good presentation. So my question has to do with some of the past mandates from the state and how did that get into these calculations, like the SB 9 and 10, and also, the requirement for ADUs everywhere. Those are all things that we're trying to get to our housing increase. And I'm wondering where does that show up in your math? I mean, is that increased? I mean, did you look at single family lot zoning and assume that everybody can pop in an ADU or maybe 2 units based on this new legislation, or what were some of the assumptions?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, regarding SB 9 and 10, we, at least so far, have decided to not try to factor that into the sites inventory because we don't have a history of development in the unincorporated county under SB 9 and 10 since it's so new. And part of state HCD's certification process is that they require some justification as to why we're proposing what we end up proposing in the housing element. And it's just safer to not include SB 9 and then end up we'll be able to count those units as they are developed. But as far as our projections, they're not included at this time. Currently, the projections on our website don't include ADUs, but we are making assumptions to include future ADU development. We're looking at actually the permit history for ADUs to be able to make an informed assumption and forecast how many ADUs might be developed over the next 8-year planning cycle.
Well, the ADU thing, I mean, the city of Santa Barbara, the ADUs have gone through the roof. I mean, a lot of properties are going for them, and a lot of them are going to be at lower rental rates. But I don't know that the city collects any information about that when you get the ADU permit. So part of that is, for you to actually calculate it into these projections, you'd want to know what those were, when they were constructed and what is the rental rate for them. Right. So if single family lots are now becoming duplex lots and they're creating ADUs, and that could be part of your moderate, probably not very low, maybe. How would you get at that question on the ADU market? You can say, I don't know, because I don't know.
Chair Cooney and Commissioner Bradley. So what we've done is we actually do track the development of ADUs in the county. We have a database whereby we can go in and look at every year and look at the number of ADUs that were permitted and the number that were actually constructed. And what we've seen, of course, is that after the recent ADU laws have passed, there's been a substantial increase in the number of ADUs constructed. So what we're doing is we're looking at the last couple of years since that legislation went into effect and looking at the pattern and the trend and the number and distribution of those units. And then we're going to factor that in as part of our future development, which will count ADUs toward various income levels of our RHNA. When it comes to the income levels, we also do go in, and there are various tools that we can look at to see what rental units are going for in different parts of the county. And therefore, then we can use that information to help determine what income level we would expect those ADUs to be built at. The one thing we have found is that a lot of these ADUs, the rents that they're commanding are pretty high. They're typically moderate and above moderate. We see very few ADUs that are coming in for lower income families. So those ADUs will contribute toward moderate and above moderate, not so much for the lower income. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Not seeing more comments or questions at this point, Ms. Siebelsizer. do you have anything more for us in closing?
Chair Cooney, I'm just going to step in. I'm going to assume we don't have any more. I haven't heard back from Ms. Evilsizer. We're so close to getting the statistics that Commissioner Park requested with regard to the AED development. We have recent statistics as of the last annual progress report that we presented to your commission this spring. So we'll dig that up and we'll distribute it to you after this hearing, make sure that it's in the record and everything, so you have those numbers. What I think what you'll find is there hasn't been a substantial amount of development with regard to AEDs, even after the adoption of the ordinance amendments, which relax the standards for them. So one policy option related to that, which will definitely be before the board as part of the housing element update, which Ms. Evilsizer Whitney mentioned in her presentation, is considering, particularly in the agricultural areas that are in the fringes of the urban areas like the Carpinteria Valley and Eastern Gleta Valley. Those are good candidates for rezones, and also considering options for, if you're not going to rezone, just changing the standards with regard to residential development on this property. So if you want to do more with regard to jump starting agricultural employee development on this properties, you can look at the standards that the board recently adopted, make recommendations with regard to changing those standards in an effort to try to kickstart that development that hasn't been occurring with regard to the last round of amendments. So there will be a suite of policy options presented to you because, as you saw, we have some really big numbers we got to meet. So with that said, sorry, we don't have the statistics. We'll get those to you right away then.
Actually, I did have one other question. Sorry about that. So in Goleta, the situation is, it's very hard to do residential development because of Goleta Water District. So in these mandates from the state, is there any acknowledgement of that from HCD that you've got real physical constraints where you can't actually produce units because you don't have water, or whatever the constraint is? How does that work into this consideration?
Sure, Commissioner Briley through the chair. So obviously we got to disclose that limitation on development, and that will definitely come through, particularly in the environmental analysis. As part of that, we'll be preparing a water supply assessment, which will analyze what are the water demands from the new housing production for the various options that'll be presented to the board. It's interesting because what we're hearing back anecdotally from our consultants who are representing a number of jurisdictions throughout the state is that, state HCD, they have one objective: build the housing, right? They don't want to hear about obstacles to housing production. If you identify an obstacle, they want to see a solution to it. So I know that may sound impractical from those who have to administer these laws and implement them, but in all seriousness, they want to see practical solutions. They want to see the housing development to occur. So what we'll have to do is, as accurately and to the best of our knowledge, reveal, okay, these are the real constraints for going through this development. So if you want to see development in the Goleta Water Districts area, you've got this serious constraint here. How are you going to overcome that? I've been hearing also anecdotally from property owners who are already considering redeveloping their properties, particularly agriculture in the Eastern Gleta Valley. They're aware of this limitation. They have attorneys working on proposals to the water district to try to get around this, or I should say, offset the demand by these projects. They're pretty creative. I don't know if they'll be successful, but yeah, that's how it is. And ultimately, we got to identify how we're going to expand our water supply resources to meet these housing production needs, because if not, we're just going to see in the next cycle even bigger numbers next time around. So it's going to be a very, very interesting policy discussion about how we're going to get that water.
South Patterson, right? That's what you're talking about. Yeah.
That's one of the areas, yes.
Also, Mr. Clemon, looking at it from the distance we do, we see a lot of resistance to development based on the increase in wildfires in our communities. And so some areas that might otherwise be susceptible to new housing development are resisted by the fire agencies, and they're just carrying the message for the entire state. It is a real problem with population and goes into the formula for overpopulation. But I've noticed it in the South Coast considerably in the last couple of years since the fires we've had in recent time. Don't have a solution now.
No. If anybody gets up and claims to have the answer, be very aware.
Right, right. Okay, well,
I wanted to follow up.
oh,
on
sorry.
Commissioner Brides. I think that, in discussing water availability, that's a very large obstacle, obviously, to housing. And just kind of discussing that principle with respect to what I brought up earlier about for cannabis projects in particular, that I'd like to see when I see room and money to see some employee housing, because some of those folks that are working there, they're really good jobs, but they're coming from Santa Paula or they're coming from wherever. And when I talk to people in the cannabis industry and Carpinteria, as you may know, there's a very large Ventura greenhouse cannabis project that's building, and they think they're going to lose all their employees. And so, it's, we'll start talking about, well, why aren't you doing things in this and that? And one thing that was pointed out to me there was that in the coastal zone, one of our ordinances says you can't hook up to sewers with a cannabis project. And they understand that to mean you can't hook up any housing units to sewers either. I don't understand all that, but it kind of tells me that it would be useful for us with this perspective we have to kind of know about where these obstacles come from, especially if they come out of our own ordinances, which is something we could do something about. I can't do a whole lot about Goleta Water District providing water, but if there's something in one of our ordinances that's making it harder to develop something, it would be good for us to know that, and maybe that's something that we could work on.
Sure, Commissioner Park, through the chair. And I think I know the policy to which you're referring. It's a policy in the local coastal program, which limits the expansion of public sewer facilities outside of the designated urbanized areas in the coastal zone. And what that does is it excludes, for example, the Carpinteria agricultural overlay, or the majority of it, I should say, because there have been limited exceptions allowed. So that is one policy option you're definitely going to want to consider, and we'll likely be presenting when we present the housing element options to you. And you hit the nail on the head with regard to what policies over which you may have control, because that policy change would ultimately require coastal commission approval, local coastal program amendment, because that would require, certification of that change to allow it. There have been a number of people who have approached us about changing that. We've encouraged them to go ahead and propose it themselves, because there's nothing limiting a private applicant from proposing a local coastal program amendment to facilitate their own project. However, I think the request for the county to take that on will be one of the policy options presented to you.
Well, as you said at the outset, this is our first look at this new period, and it's very well done, staff's presentation. We do see the problems going forward and need to know about them. So we'll look forward to the next report. I think by the end of summer, there was discussion of a draft to be presented to the commission. Anything else? Okay. Oh, yeah. Do we have members of the public that wish to comment on staff's presentation on this matter?
We have two speakers. Down to one. First speaker will be Nancy Emerson.
Miss Emerson?
Yes, I'm really glad to have the opportunity to compare what the county is doing with what Solvang and Buellton are doing on the housing element. It seems to me that all three of those for the valley are very important to achieving affordable housing, and that we need to bend every effort to make that happen. So that We Watch is very supportive of your work and very interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson, for waiting around for this item. And Mr. Villalobos, does that end public comment?
Yes, I was just making sure there was anybody in the room.
I didn't see anybody. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clement. Please thank everybody on your team and look forward to seeing you next time.
Cheers. Thank you. Look forward to it.
Okay, then we will adjourn the meeting of the Planning Commission of June 8th. And our next meeting is 13th of July. So enjoy yourselves in the meantime.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner, if I may, sorry. Before we adjourn, we were looking at the projection report, and our next hearing is scheduled for July 6th. There is no items. If we wanted to just take that up real quick and cancel it. And just as a reminder, July 13th is in person in Santa Barbara.
Very good. Do we have a motion to?
So move.
Second.
We're going to cancel the meeting of July 6th.
Was I too
And,
quick? Probably so. Sorry.
all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, 5-0. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to adjourn at what the clock says is 1:34.
Don't forget your strawberries.
No.